Good morning. I'd like to call to order the September 17th meeting of the UC Board of Regents. The first item before us is establishing a quorum. The secretary will call the roll.
Thank you. Regents Anguiano. Blum.
Aye. Here.
Anguiano's here. Blum. Butler.
Here.
Cohen.
Good morning. Here.
Drake.
Here.
Elliott.
Here.
Estolano.
Here.
Guber.
Here.
Kiefer.
Here.
Kounalakis. Lansing.
Here.
Lieb.
Here.
Makarishian.
Morning here.
Mart.
Here.
Muwakil.
Here.
Newsom. Ortiz Oakley.
Here.
Park.
Here.
Perez.
Here.
Riley.
Here.
Rendon. Sherman.
Here.
Stigura.
Here.
Suarez. Thurman.
Here.
Settle.
Here.
You have a quorum, and as others join, I will add their name to the attendance.
Wonderful. Thank you. The next item before us is adoption of the minutes of the July 7th and July 30th meetings of the board.
I'll move
Before
it.
I move to a vote. Thank you. Go ahead. I'll take that motion. And a second. Thank you.
Second.
Before I move for a vote, I'd like to recognize Regent Guber for a statement. Peter?
I'm trying to find my statement that was written. You can come back to me in a minute. I'd appreciate it.
Very good. We will come back to you in a minute. Let's go ahead and vote on the minutes, and then we'll come back to Regent Guber for his statement. The secretary will call the roll.
Okay, Anguiano.
Aye.
Anguiano, aye. Butler.
Aye.
Butler, aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake.
Abstain.
Drake abstain. Elliott.
Aye.
Elliott, aye. Estolano.
Aye.
Estolano, aye. Guber. Kiefer.
Aye.
Kiefer, aye. Kounalakis. Lansing.
Yes.
Lansing, aye. Lieb.
Aye.
Lieb, aye. Makarishian.
Sorry, aye.
Makarishian, aye. March.
Aye.
Mart, aye. Muwakil.
Aye.
Muwakil, aye. Ortiz Oakley.
Aye.
Ortiz Oakley, aye. Park.
Aye.
Park, aye. Perez.
Aye.
Perez, aye. Riley.
Aye.
Riley, aye. Sherman.
Aye.
Sherman, aye. Stigura.
Aye.
Stigura, aye. Suarez.
Aye.
Suarez, aye. Thurman.
Abstain.
Thurman abstains. Zettel.
Aye.
Zettel, aye. I'll circle back to Guber.
Aye.
Guber, aye. Minutes are approved.
Very good. Before we move on, I wanted to recognize Regent Guber for a statement regarding the last meeting.
I just wanted to state that I was on the call at the last meeting and I said aye to approve the resolution, and the resolution at the end of the meeting, and I couldn't get my computer to hook up, and I called Ann Snow. So I respectfully want to be registered as an aye vote on that.
So what we will do is, because we cannot amend what was in the last minutes in that way, because it wasn't expressed in a way that was recognizable at the time, that will be noted in the minutes of this meeting, so that the totality of record will reflect your participation and your activity, but it'll be recorded in the minutes of today's meeting.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Very good. With that, we will move to public comments. To our guest today, welcome and thank you for your interest in the University of California and for taking time to be here. The Regents appreciate your observations and comments. It's important to hear from the public on issues concerning the University of California. As the notice on the Regents website indicates, because of health and safety considerations with regard to public meetings currently confronting all state agencies, public comment will be by telephone. The secretary will be calling on individuals when it's their turn to speak. Please be patient as we do our best to hear from as many people as possible. The secretary will, in a moment, review the ground rules and the procedures and review each speaker in turn. I want to note that we've been informed that a few of the public commenters will be needing the use of a translator. So we're going to accommodate that. They have a translator that they've provided. In the past, when folks have spoken in a language other than English and one of us has been able to translate, we've done it for them. But today we anticipate 3 folks who will be using a translator. The translator's time will not count against the speaker's time. So the speaker will have a minute and the translator will have roughly a minute to translate those comments so that we don't disadvantage a speaker because of the need of use of a translator. With that, the secretary will now review the procedures and ground rules and recognize each speaker in turn.
Thank you. This morning we have many individuals who signed up to address the Regents on a variety of topics. We're going, Chair Perez has agreed to extend public comment to 30 minutes. So we're going to try and hear from as many speakers as we can. Each of the individual speakers will have up to a minute to address the Regents. I have a timer. You won't hear a warning, but I do have a little timer that will go off after a minute. So we'd appreciate it if when the timer goes off, you could wrap up your statement. So what I'm going to do is call 5 names at a time, and then we will be calling you on the phone number that you provided. Once you've been cleared to begin your comments, please mute any computer or other device you might be using so we can hear you clearly. With that, I will read the first 5 names. This morning, we'll first hear from Sarita Nolan, Hesham Jarmakani, Marcia Nolene, Liz Wiggins, David Miller Shevelev.
Sarita, please proceed with your comment.
My name is Sarita Nolan. I am a senior at UCSD, majoring in psychology with a specialization in human health. Co-pays for UC SHIP create a compounded burden for disabled students. In 2020, my UC SHIP covered 143 claims totaling over $111,000 with over $4,400 that would have been my responsibility without my Molina Medi-Cal that picks up my co-pays, except my being psychologist. Medi-Cal coverage is a basic need for me. We need more advocacy for seeking Medi-Cal coverage to complement the UC SHIP across UC health centers and for co-pays to be suspended for mental health services. I hope to be selected as a student observer to the Health Services Committee because disabled students deserve a voice. No decision should be made affecting us without us. Thank you.
Marcia, please proceed with your comment.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak before you today. My name is Marcia Nolarine, and I'm a member of the UC Administrative Professionals Network. I have served as a clinical oncology administrative specialist at UCLA for the past 9 months, and I'm speaking to you today as both a worker and as a recent graduate of the University of California in Los Angeles. Like many of my peers and colleagues, I took a chance on the benefits of a UC education and made the decision to take out loans totaling in tens of thousands of dollars to support myself as a UC student because I believe then, as I do now, in the mission of the UC. Now, as a worker, I more fully understand that the forces which offset budget increases onto students in the form of ever-increasing tuition and fees are the same forces that are attempting to disproportionately offset the costs associated with the coronavirus pandemic onto unrepresented rank-and-file workers like myself in the form of furloughs, pay cuts, and more. To be furloughed at this deeply uncertain time will have severe long-term repercussions, not just for our departments or us as individuals, for our families and communities within and without the UC. We, the Administrative Professionals Network, are not just or only employees of the UC. We are your partners in the UC, and we deserve to be treated fairly and proportionately as equals for the seat at the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we move on to our next speaker, I'm actually going to call the next 6. Zuri Duarte, Leandrew Daly, Hassan Alcaro, Araceli Diaz Caraval, Andres Flores, and Jose Preciado. Araceli, Andres, and Jose will be speaking in Spanish, as Chair Perez indicated earlier. So I'm going to set my timer when they speak to 1 minute so they know when their time is up, but then we will hear from their translator. So, next speaker, please.
David, please proceed with your comment.
Hello. In March, I lost my housemates, my friends, and my classes. But among all this loss, I met a girl. Zoom dating turns into in-person dating, and I fell in love for the first time. We were there for each other when the world was falling apart, and when I woke up with a fever of 102, she isolated with me. But isolation and remote learning was too much of a challenge for both of us as UC students. She was diagnosed with a psychiatric disability in February, and for the entirety of spring quarter, she tried to find help. I watched as she waited for providers to call her back, but nobody did. And while I took incomplete, she failed courses, and her family, eyeing stagnant academic progress and the cost of international student tuition, told her she had to come home. Now she is halfway around the world, and my best friend in love is gone, and all I can think is that if she had been able to get help, she might still be here. Our story is not unique. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the prevalence of depression has increased threefold. 13.3% of adults report increased substance use, and 10.7% of adults have seriously contemplated suicide in the last 30 days. I am represented in all of these statistics. Our options for supporting student mental health care are not limited to more funding for counseling. As the UC expands as a healthcare provider, we must seek to address the deficit in mental health care providers. Thank you.
Liz, please proceed with your comment.
Aloha kako, esteemed Board of Regents of the University of California. My name is Liz Wiggins, and I teach 6th grade science at Konoaina Middle School here on the islands of Hawaii. Months ago, the United Nations Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination issued a letter confirming that TMT has not obtained free, prior, and informed consent from Native Hawaiians to proceed with this project. If we truly hope for a future where the needs of the environment are understood and upheld, we must first work toward reestablishing trust between all stakeholders, especially with those who are the original stewards of this land. Without consent, consensus, or respect for one another, we will ultimately be ill-prepared to face the social, agricultural consequences of environmental damage and that the construction will incur. We'd like to remind President Drake that as president, he has the power to end the UC's involvement in TMT at any time. We invite President Drake and the board to stand with us. Mahalo.
Leandrew, please proceed with your comment.
Good morning, UC Board of Regents. My name is Leandrew Daly, and I'm a PhD student at UC San Francisco. All across the University of California, students and UC affiliates have expressed frustration and pain in the ways in which UCPD has been utilized as a vehicle of their oppression. We cannot function as an institution that claims its values lies in the betterment of humanity if we continue to uphold policing rooted in a system of violence historically built on anti-Blackness. UCPD does not keep UC affiliates safe. They have demonstrated time and time again how they use their power to help keep Black, Indigenous, and people of color UC affiliates oppressed. They are a financial liability that continues to cost the University of California money. Why are we laying off workers who keep our institutions clean and maintained and asking faculty to take pay freezes when they have actually done their job in the betterment of the University of California? UCPD has not done their job to keep us safe. I know this, and you know this, Board of Regents, that the University of California is losing money every day. We offer a simple solution: defund and abolish UCPD. There is no accountability by UC Board of Regents in regards to policing. We ask that you invest in the systems that uplift and heal Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities instead of a policing system that only serves to play a role in our oppression. If we want to help build a better UCC system, help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zuri, please proceed with your comment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zuri Duarte, and I'm an incoming second year at UCLA. I am calling in support of defunding the UCPD because of its consistent role in perpetrating violence against communities of color. The UC system prides itself on admitting a diverse demographic of students, but has not yet built the infrastructure we need to succeed and graduate. While many important programs throughout the UC remain under constant threat of budget cuts, the UCPD annually gains a larger budget. Many argue that the UCPD keeps students safe, but the reality is that the UCPD only allows certain groups to feel safe while its presence endangers Black and brown people on and around UC campuses. The UCPD has a clear history of targeting Black and brown people on all UC campuses and their neighboring communities. It's time for the UC to allocate funds for programs that support Black and brown students on all UC campuses. It is time for the UC to acknowledge its history of colonialist and discriminatory practices against Black, Indigenous, and people of color. If the UC were to defund the UCPD, it could begin to create a groundwork for determining just and equitable ways to move towards repair. Thank you.
Before we move on, I'm just going to call the next 5 folks so they can be ready. Anthony Ayala, Drew Scott, Adam Gottstein, Davina Woods, Chelsea La Cuesta.
Araceli, please proceed with your comment.
So, Araceli, yeah?
Ya. Hola, mi nombre es Araceli Díaz Carvajal, trabajo en housekeeping en Laguna Cliff Marriott por 10 años. El sistema de retiro, la Universidad de California, es dueña de nuestro hotel. En julio ganamos la unión, el 1 de agosto el hotel nos canceló nuestra aseguranza médica. El año pasado a mi esposo le dio un derrame cerebral. Él tiene que tomar 4 pastillas diarias para que no tenga ni coágulos ni otro derrame. Ahorita por no tener la aseguranza, él no ha rellenado sus pastillas y ya se le están acabando. También tiene que ir a su cita anual con el especialista de derrames, pero no ha ido porque sería demasiado caro sin aseguranza. No tenemos $1,454 para pagar la aseguranza mensual. Siento que la gerencia está poniendo en riesgo la vida de mi esposo. Cuando fuimos mis compañeros y yo para hablar con la gerencia, cerraron las puertas. Siento que nos trataron como delincuentes. Por eso estamos aquí hoy, para exigir un contrato justo con aseguranza médica ya. Gracias.
My name is Araceli Diaz Carvajal. I work in housekeeping at Laguna Cliff Marriott for 10 years. The University of California Retirement System owns the hotel. In July, we won the union. And on August 1st, the hotel canceled our health insurance. Last year, my husband Juan had a stroke. He has 4 pills that he must take every day to prevent blood clots and another stroke. Right now, because we don't have the insurance, he has not gotten his monthly refill of the pills. His pills are running out very soon. He has also skipped his yearly appointment with the stroke specialist because it's too expensive without insurance. We do not have $1,454 to pay for health insurance monthly. I feel that management is putting my husband's life at risk. When we talked to management, they locked the doors on us. I felt they treated us like criminals. We are here today to demand a fair contract with health insurance now. Thank you.
Andres, please proceed with your comment.
1 second, we'll get him on the line. Andres, go ahead.
Sí. Aló.
Please proceed.
Go ahead, Andres. Hable.
Oh, okay.
Andrés, por favor, si puede empezar.
My name is Andrés Flores. He trabajado en Laguna Cliff Marriott por 20 años. El Fondo de Pensión de la Universidad de California es el dueño de nuestro hotel. Y el hotel nos ha cortado nuestra aseguranza. Uno de mis compañeros y amigos míos se enfermó de COVID-19 hace un mes. Aunque él había trabajado en el hotel por más de 20 años, él no tenía aseguranza. Él me dijo que tenía antes, pero hace un año la compañía le cortó la aseguranza. Cuando a él le dio el COVID, yo lo llamé porque estuve preocupado por él. Intenté ayudarle a conseguir ayuda médica. Él me dijo que estaba preocupado porque él no tenía aseguranza. Unos días después de que hablé con él por teléfono, me dijeron que él había fallecido de COVID-19 dentro de su departamento. Les pido a ustedes, usen su poder para asegurar que Laguna Cliff Marriott firme un contrato justo con seguro médico.
My name is Andres Flores. I have worked at Laguna Cliff Marriott for 20 years. The retirement fund of the University of California owns our hotel, and the hotel has cut off our health insurance coverage. One of my coworkers at the hotel and a good friend of mine got sick with COVID-19 about 1 month ago. Even though he had worked at the hotel for more than 20 years, he did not have the insurance. He used to have the insurance, but he told me about a year ago they cut off his insurance. When I heard he got COVID, I called him because I was worried about him. I tried to help him get medical care. He told me that he was worried because he did not have insurance. A few days after I talked to him on the phone, I was told he died of COVID-19. in his apartment. I ask you to use your power to ensure that Laguna Cliffs Management sign a just contract that restarts our health insurance.
Jose, please proceed with your comment.
And I'll put him on the line right now. 1 second. Okay.
Go ahead, Jose, if you're there.
Yes. Jose, you're there?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Jose Recibo. I have been a cook in Laguna Cliffs Marriott for 31 years. Laguna Cliffs Marriott canceled my health insurance on August 1st. I have diabetes without insurance. I need to pay $658 every month for my medicine. If I don't have medicine, I could have a heart attack or stroke. Today, I run out of one of my medicines. During the pandemic, I had to spend almost my whole life savings just to keep paying the mortgage on my home. Now, I don't have $900.99 every month to pay Cobra. When we went to peacefully and legally to speak to the hotel management, they demand to the Orange County Sheriff arrest us, 3 Latinos and 1 Black co-workers. 2 weeks ago, we went back and they locked their doors to chains like we are criminals. We are here today to demand a just contract with health insurance because hotel management refuse to hear us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew, please proceed with your comment.
Okay, thank you for that.
Good morning, President Drake and Regents. My name is Drew Scott, and I'm the Skilled Trades Director for Teamsters 2010. With the layoffs our union has faced, campuses have typically justified layoffs by claiming a lack of work. Upon closer inspection, repeatedly we have found there is plenty of work our members could do. There is bargaining unit work that is contracted out at a higher cost than if it was kept in-house. There's billions of dollars in deferred maintenance projects across the system. Finally, there are many areas in operations where there is more work our members could be redeployed to do. Instead of exploring alternatives like insourcing work, shifting money from major cap to minor cap projects, redeploying our members, and drawing on the full spectrum of unrestricted funds and reserves, campuses have again and again defaulted to layoffs. These layoffs are not a necessity, they are a choice. And it's past time for the regents to call on the campuses to make different choices and stop the layoffs. Thank you.
Adam, please proceed with your comment.
Good morning. My name is Adam Gottstein. I am the grandson of Bernard Zackheim, whose murals grace the walls of Toland Hall at UC San Francisco. Dr. Drake, welcome to your significant role as the president of the UC system. We call on you to stop the precipitous, ill-advised, and possibly illegal action initiated by UCSF since your board's July meeting. After releasing the draft EIR for the Parnassus Heights campus redevelopment, they posted an RFP and accepted bids to remove a cultural and Black history resource, the Zackheim murals, without consultation with the California State Historic Preservation Office or clarification with the federal GSA on the ownership of the murals. More time and open discussion is needed to resolve these aspects, as well as the process for safely removing the fresco murals and an appropriate location for their interim storage where they will be relocated. Thank you very much for your consideration and for the opportunity for me to express my strident opinion.
Thank you. Before we move on, let me just call 5 more names. Liz Perlman, Natalie Capellini, Tony Crisafi, Christina Gomez, and James Enstrom.
Davina, please proceed with your comment.
Hi, good morning, Regents. My name is Davina Woods. I have been working as a senior custodian at UCLA since 2011, and I am a proud member of AFSCME 3299. I'm proud of providing services to the students in the UC community when they need us the most, especially during this pandemic. However, as a UC worker, I am so disappointed at how UC treats us. It took me and my coworkers 3 years to win a great contract that included job security. Then COVID hit. 1 minute, UC called us heroes because you needed our labor. The next minute, hundreds of UC workers got laid off and hours cut when UC saw us as a financial burden. During our contract campaign, we fought to win the insourcing language to stop the UC from tossing our contract workers the moment they became too expensive for UC. Unfortunately, UCLA campus blatantly violated our contract and refused to insource 25 custodians who have been working for a company called DMS. These workers have worked at UCLA for years, including during the peak of COVID due June. UC can choose to lead California's recovery. I'm asking you, UC Regents, do the right thing and stop attacking the most vulnerable groups in our community. Stop the layoffs, stop the cuts, and insource DMS workers. Thank you.
Chelsea, please proceed with your comment.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea Bacong, and I was one of the licensed nurses who was laid off through UCSD. I've been there for about 6 years, and I was working on the designated COVID floor. Working on the COVID floor for the past couple of months, I've spent weeks to months away from my family, just dedicating my life to UCSD, and to be laid off was just devastating. After I got laid off, I started feeling super ill and tested positive with COVID, and public health traced it back to me getting it from my floor. I no longer have health insurance. I no longer can financially provide for my family, and I have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old who need health care benefits, and a husband who was on my health insurance as well. And now I have nothing, and UCSD needs to make this right and fix what they're doing and shouldn't be laying off people, especially the designated COVID patients and nurses laying us off at that time. Please make it right and help the nurses you've laid off. Thank you.
Liz, please proceed with your comment. Liz Perlman, please proceed with your comment.
Liz, are you there?
I think we lost connection. We will try back, and we are rounding up more speakers. Stand by.
Okay. While we're waiting, let me call 5 more. Judy Fan, Anna Neustadt, J.D. Spurgeon, Amberine Siddiqui, and Lean Alhate.
And Ann, I think with those last 5 plus Liz, we're probably at about time.
About, yes. We can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Liz, please proceed with your comment.
My name is Liz Perlman. I'm the Executive Director for AFSCME 3299. Welcome, President Drake. We hope that under your tenure, the members receive better treatment than under your predecessor, but we look forward to working with you. I think, I'm not going to say anything new that Davina or Chelsea or Leanne or the workers at Laguna Hills have said, which is, that these really are choices around either laying off our members or cutting off the health insurance of the 100 Laguna Hills workers who, it's our members' money that's invested in that hotel, or laying off 25 workers from DMS at UCLA. The numbers are relatively small, and labor relations, frankly told us we should be grateful that the numbers are so small. layoffs. And I think, for the regents, need to help university administrators really see the way that, when you run a business, which is the university, getting rid of 1,000 workers is truly something that's preventable and is devastating to the lives of these workers. And you are making a choice. You're choosing to have the state pay for you. And so that's really the choice that I want you to consider, especially when you go back to lawmakers and ask them for more money, to have to justify what you've chosen to do, which is ask the state to pay for low-wage workers instead of you, and ask you to reverse course.
Christina, please proceed with your comment.
Hello, good morning. My name is Christina Gomez. I'm a fourth-year student at UCSB, and I'll be speaking on behalf of CalPIRG, which is a student-run and student-funded organization, and the New Voters Project, which is a nonpartisan campaign. To tell you a bit more about this campaign, our students know that our generation represents the largest and most diverse group of potential voters in the country, but the issues that affect us are not being addressed just because we don't vote in enough numbers. To address this issue, we want to create a culture of civic engagement and voting on college campuses across the country, and specifically with the UC. We need to register 15,000 students, educate and mobilize students around this upcoming election. Long term, we need to work with our colleges to make it easier for young people to register and turn out for the future. The New Voters Project has helped already to register 2 million young voters, and so we want to engage students, faculty, and administrators to building lasting systems of voter engagement for the long term. Finally, I just want to thank the UC Regents for your time and for participating in the CI Student Voting Summit taking place tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
James, please proceed with your comment.
Hello, my name is Dr. James Enstrom. I've had a long career as an epidemiologist at UCLA, and I'm really supportive of Proposition 209. I think there's a tremendous amount of evidence that this has worked. I would like you to consider especially the research of UCLA professor Richard Sander, who has worked on this issue for the last 15 years, and he's been blocked from getting access to data from the Office of the President, and he should have the same access as a graduate student named Zachary Bleemer. And so it's very important that you allow this process to proceed according to the best standards of the scientific method and not allow a graduate student access to data that a distinguished professor is not allowed to have. And so I really hope you will look into this, because there's tremendous evidence in support of the value of Proposition 209 for the University of California and for the entire state of California.
Thank you.
Judy, please proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Judy Fan. I'm a genetics counselor here at UCLA. I've been here for about 4 years. I'm speaking today to advocate for UCLA's genetic counseling services, which is currently under threat by a decision UCLA Health made to contract out work that the genetic counselors here do on a routine basis. So as you know, Regents Policy 5402 generally prohibits contracting for services and requires that they're contracted out when they're contracted out, that it's a last resort. But UCLA Health has decided to contract this out without being a decision of last resort. So we filed a claim alleging that there was a violation, and that was filed on September 1st with Peter Chester and Kevin Young at UCOP. The genetic counselors here urge this body to take our claim seriously. We care about providing quality care to our patients and also providing a solid education and clinical rotations for our students in the genetic counseling program.
Deal.
We're asking to enforce UC policy and ensure UCLA Health pulls out of the contract as soon as the pilot is completed, as it's the university's right by agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna, please proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Anna Neustadt. I am a pediatric genetic counselor with 1.5 years of service at UCLA. I'm also advocating for UCLA's genetic counseling services, which are currently under threat by a decision UCLA Health made to contract out work that UCLA genetic counselors routinely perform. We did read the Regents Policy 5402, which prohibits contracting out services and requires that services that are contracted out be of last resort. But UCLA Health's decision to contract out our work was not of last resort. So we did file that policy violation on September 1st with Peter Chester and Kevin Young at UCOP. We are urging you to take our claim seriously. We provide quality care to our patients and education to the UCLA Genetic Counseling Master's Degree Training Program students, which is launching in less than a month. We're asking you to enforce this policy and ensure that UCLA Health pulls out of this contract as soon as the pilot is completed, as this is the university's right by agreement. Thank you.
JD, please proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is JD Spurgeon. I'm an administrative assistant with 12 years of service to UCSF. And I'm speaking today about I'm very impressed about how the fund and the funding and have all grown, and what a great job that the team has done in growing our assets at UC. I believe that these assets should be used to preserve workers' jobs and stop the cutbacks, layoffs, and the hiring of contract workers. We have enough money in our reserve. This is an emergency, and this is what emergency money is for. When we have all of these layoffs, these are devastating to our communities. It's devastating to the families and to workers who are left behind. This is also puts a fear in them also, and we are asking that stop the cutbacks and layoffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Time.
Amberine, please proceed with your comment.
Good morning. My name is Amberine Siddiqui. I'm a grad student at UCI. I hope by now we all recognize that police are an institution rooted firmly in anti-Blackness and violence, and they're designed to protect heteropatriarchy, whiteness, and property. Police relentlessly target your students that threaten these colonial values. And of course, they target your students simply for being Black. Your students and your staff are relying on you to abolish the UCPD, and it is your duty if you're committed to fighting racism. Another important step to fighting racism at the UCs is your condemnation of Canary Mission, a website that terrorizes our students and faculty of color simply for organizing for the human rights of Palestinian people. Thank you.
Hassan, please proceed with your comment.
Hello, my name is Hassan. I'm a graduate student at UCSF. I'm calling in today in regards to police. I would like to first say that I echo everything that has been said about policing already today and then this past week as well. In the last Regents meeting in July, I don't think that short discussion was anywhere close to being enough of a conversation that we should be having, and this should be an ongoing thing. This should be a permanent thing on the agenda that the region should be discussing and considering abolition. So I really hope in the future y'all consider continuing this conversation around policing and seriously considering defunding the police on our UC campuses and local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that are all that we had queued up.
Yes, we've reached out to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Again, I want to thank our speakers for their comments at this meeting. And while we don't engage in direct response during the meeting, we do take note of the issues raised and have it inform our ongoing conversations. With that, I'd like to move on to the next items of our agenda. And I would like to turn it over to President Drake as he introduces representatives from the UC Student Association and the UC Graduate and Professional Student Association. President Drake.
Thank you, Chair Perez. As you know, it is the practice of this board to invite representatives of the University of California Student Association to address the Regents. I would like now to introduce the new president of UCSA, Aidan Ayres-Sossingham. Mr. Ayres-Sossingham is a rising fourth-year student at UCLA, majoring in global studies. He was elected in August to lead the association. He also currently serves as external vice president of the UCLA Undergraduate Students Association Council. Mr. Sossingham, thank you for being here today to comment on issues of concern to UC students. We look forward to working with you this year. Appreciate your contributions, and for me personally, nice to see you again.
Thank you so much, President Drake, for that kind introduction, and good morning, Chair Perez and Regents. My name is Aiden Arasassingham, and I am proud to serve as the 2020 to 2021 President of the UC Student Association. As many of you know, I've interacted with this board from a variety of vantages: as a student advocate, a UC researcher, an endowment worker, a campaign organizer, and now as an elected student leader. Beginning my term, I also want to welcome President Drake. Both President Drake and I actually started on the same day. And I don't know about you, President Drake, but I certainly kept asking myself on that first day, why did I volunteer to do this when I could have just enjoyed being a senior? But jokes aside, I, along with UC's 285,000 students, look forward to close collaboration and shared success during your presidency. From a young age, I viewed UC students as catalysts for change. I think back to the stories of my grandfather, who told me about his arrival at UC Davis as an international student from Sri Lanka in 1968. The climate he found at UC was strikingly similar to that of today. Thousands of lives were lost to a war as preventable as this pandemic. Millions took to the streets as communities of color led the fight for civil rights and racial justice. And UC students across the state organized for an education guaranteeing free thought, affordability, and accessibility. It was out of these movements that UCSA was founded in 1971. And as UCSA turns 50 this year, it is in that revolutionary spirit that I look forward to working with all of you in tackling the struggles of our time, the triple pandemics of COVID, systemic racism, and unaffordability. Here are just a few of the priorities UCSA has in these areas this year. First, we are advocating for a COVID response and recovery that protects and invests in the holistic needs of students. I am proud that here at UC, science and safety guide our fall plans. But as the vast majority of students enter a fall of online learning, we must invest in resources and instruction that equitably and flexibly supports all students, especially our low-income, rural, disabled, and non-resident students who face unique barriers to online access. We are already seeing how this pandemic is pushing vulnerable students out of higher education. Further investments in the wraparound services for food, housing, physical and mental health, childcare, and advising are necessary for students struggling under the burden of both pandemic and recession. All of us know that the normal of before is a normal we should not strive to regress back to. A crisis like this presents danger, yes, but it also presents opportunity. And we as UC have the opportunity to build a system better than before, by charting a recovery that cultivates resilience, promotes equity, and uplifts our students and workers. Second, as UC grapples with a nationwide reckoning over racial injustice, students look to Regents for actionable leadership in moving UC on a path toward anti-racism. And yes, as you've heard during public comment, that includes a hard look at the role of UCPD. In July, my predecessor spoke about the realities of over-policing that UC students and staff, particularly Black and Indigenous students of color, have faced at the hands of UCPD. These are structural issues that have emerged time and time again. Students and faculty agree. These are issues that can only be addressed by a wholesale re-envisioning of safety on our campuses. A majority of circumstances do not need a police intervention, and a majority of interventions do not need an armed response. So as cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco have decreased police funding to reinvest in community basic needs, you cannot blame students for their frustration in seeing our city-state campuses propose millions of dollars in UCPD funding increases next year, all while proceeding with layoffs of hundreds of workers. UCSA reaffirms Chair Perez's call for a Regent Special Committee to guide campuses in re-envisioning community safety, with the charge to report back recommended campus actions by early 2021. Closed-door conversations on UCPD can only go so far. For UC to truly become a leader, conversations on public safety must happen in public, with impacted students at the table. Finally, with this being the last time I speak to you before the election, I wanted to share on our efforts to mobilize students during the most important election of our lifetimes. Together with the UC Office of the President, CalPERG, the Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, and other partners, UCSA has been working hard to register and educate student voters. Our strategy is simple. Through a centralized communications effort, all our campus partners send students to register to vote at castudentvote.org. Once registered there, we are able to target and remind students about key deadlines, convey their options to cast their ballot, and promote turnout in voting. Our approach to get students registered is, well, all approaches, whether from UC Olympic athletes in digital ads, our club leaders on social media, or our chancellors through campus-wide email. We have a chorus of voices all singing the same voting message. Separated from this by a strict firewall is UCSA's support for Proposition 16. At every campus, student groups are mobilizing to pass this vital measure, promoting opportunity for all at UC. It is in large part thanks to your attention as regents to student voting that we as students are equipped with one of the most sophisticated student voter turnout efforts in the nation. When this university invests directly in the ability of its students to organize, advocate, and push for change, it yields tangible results. So when I return to speak to you after the election, I hope we are in a better position to pursue our shared aims of securing a federal stimulus, a fair state budget, and a UC reflective of the diversity of the state of California. As you can tell, my fellow student leaders and I have a very busy fall ahead of us. But even so, this pivotal moment calls for nothing less. And in the coming months, I look forward to continued partnership with you to support the over 250,000 students who, if not in person this fall, but in their hearts, call UC home. Thank you, Chair Perez. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Aiden.
Aiden, I want to thank you as well. And again, congratulate you on the new role. President Drake, I'm sorry.
No, thank you, please. And now I would like to introduce the president of the UC Graduate and Professional Council, Gwen Coder. Ms. Coder is a fifth-year PhD candidate in nutritional biology at UC Davis. She was elected in June to lead the council. Ms. Coder also serves as the external vice president of UC Davis's Graduate Student Association and is a member of the UC System-Wide Basic Needs Committee. The UC Graduate and Professional Council was formed in 2017 to represent the interests of graduate and professional students at the system-wide level. Ms. Coder, thank you for being here today to comment on issues of concern to the council. We look forward to working closely with you this year.
Thank you very much, President Drake. Good morning, Chair Perez and the board. My name is Gwen Coder. I'm the president of the UC Graduate and Professional Council, and I am honored to be bringing graduate student concerns before you this morning. We feel strongly that UCPD needs reform. I implore the Board of Regents to form a special committee to look at campus safety and policing. Our July discussion highlighted that each campus does have unique needs, but that doesn't absolve the system of the responsibility for having uniform standards of conduct, training and de-escalation, and guidance for the removal of officers. The holistic definition of basic needs presented in the special committee's report includes sustaining emotional and mental well-being, and this is not achievable when students are over-policed. As someone who has been in the UC Basic Needs Village for 3 years, I am thankful to see this issue be a system-wide priority, and I'm especially grateful to Regent Mwakil and former Regent Weddle for their efforts in leading this committee and their engagement with stakeholders across the UC in the process. I look forward to continuing the advocacy, research, and programmatic work necessary to reach the ambitious goals set forward. One phrase that has been repeated again and again, both over the past few days and throughout many conversations with admin locally and with OP, is that with the expected budget scenario, quote, there is pain coming. I have trouble tempering my reaction when I hear that, because for graduate students, the pain has already been here. We were in pain when the university was doing well financially, and I would like to talk for just a moment about some of the reasons why graduate students are food and housing insecure. The university does not pay us enough to live near where we work and learn. Last February, UCOP's labor relations team met with the TA union in a joint labor management meeting in Irvine to discuss cost of living issues. The union presented a framework which showed that grad students on every UC campus were rent burdened given the median rent in their town. The very next day, we held our inaugural California Higher Education Basic Needs Alliance intersegmental meeting, also in Irvine. I'm sure I'm not the only one who sees the irony in celebrating our efforts to address basic needs less than one day after graduate student concerns about pay fell on deaf ears. Another place where UC policy directly harms graduate students' basic needs relates to our pay cycles. Next week, quarter system campuses will welcome incoming graduate students. These students, some of whom have already started working, will not be paid until November 1st. And in that time, they will have needed to pay first month's rent and security deposit, October rent, parking or bike permits to get to campus, deposits on keys and equipment, not to mention groceries, utilities, and other bills that they may have. This puts graduate students in a hole from the time that they step foot on campus. It is a massive drain on savings that students are never able to replenish at their pay rate. The inequitable and inconsistent response in terms of relief from the pandemic also harms graduate students. Even though a universal one-year extension in time to degree has been issued system-wide, 8 of our campuses have failed to provide matching extensions on waivers and NRST fees to reflect that students will take longer to graduate through no fault of their own. This puts huge strain on international students who have not been eligible for COVID funding relief or any other governmentally funded programs. We need a blanket default one-year extension for all international graduate students without the need for application. Our international student population cannot afford to be pushed out due to bureaucracy and visa restrictions. UC Path continues to be an issue. 2 entire departments of teaching assistants were not paid on September 1st. It took more than 2 weeks for these issues to be corrected, during which time graduate students paid rent and bills on credit cards, used food access resources on campus, and suffered untold amounts of stress. In other words, they became food insecure or housing insecure because the UC failed to pay them on time. There have also been issues of students being overpaid and then substantially shorted on their next paycheck, which has caused distress and uncertainty in grad student budgets. And I do also want to speak briefly on behalf of postdocs across the system who aren't represented in this space, but who have experienced their own issues with UC Path. In total, several hundred postdocs across all 10 campuses have missed pay or not received raises. They have had issues with enrolling in healthcare and retirement benefits. These are not one-time issues, and more than 1 year after, implementation still persist. I have been told that UC Path presents these problems as minor, and I can see that the number impacted is a small percent of the more than 220,000 workers employed throughout the UC. I want to talk about the impacts these errors have had on me personally. I've been underpaid on my last 3 paychecks. My paycheck on July 1st had more than $700 in improper deductions that were not refunded until August 6th. But I was lucky in that timing for 2 reasons. First, I was one of 2,312 students who had similar issues, and it took until August 31st, 2 months, for all of the affected students to be repaid. Second, my August 1st paycheck did not include pay for my GSR position, and my rent check would have bounced but for that refund. Not only was I not paid in August, I have not yet been paid for September. The University of California owes me right now more than $4,500 in unpaid wages. That is more than minor to me. There has been next to no communication from the UC Path Center, only a 1-line email that they're following up with my local payroll office. When you are issued off-cycle pay, there is no statement, there is no email, the money just shows up. And so what this means is that every day for the last 49 days, I have woken up in the morning, grabbed my phone to check my bank account to see if maybe today was the day that I got paid. I shouldn't have to elaborate on how stressful this has been, on how much time over the past 7 weeks I've spent sending emails that have gone unanswered, navigating the UC Path portal to see if there is anything anywhere that gives an indication that my money might be coming. I finally got confirmation yesterday that my pay is being processed, something that I will attribute to comments made in our meeting with several regents on Monday afternoon, and Regent Suarez's follow-up with the UC Path Center. Regent Suarez, I want to publicly thank you and also Ann Shaw for your intervention. UC Path cost $500 million. To put this bluntly, we have spent $500 million on something that harms graduate students. I also want to draw the connection on this amount to the first recommendation for policymakers and advocates in the report from the special committee. that with an additional $500 million in need-based grants, the university could substantially decrease the number of undergrads who would need to borrow or work, while also increasing the amount of aid available to students. Imagine what we could do to support our students if we used our money wisely. To achieve the goals set forth in the report from the Special Committee on Basic Needs, we will need a massive influx of funds. This will need to come from state and federal allocations or from private philanthropy. From my own experience in meeting with members of the legislature, they are rightly critical of how UC has handled the PATH rollout. It will take massive chutzpah to walk into an office and advocate for funding at anywhere near that level, given how badly the funds to finance the transition to UC PATH have been mismanaged. The goals of the report are aspirational, and while I and many others throughout the system will be doing everything we can to reach them, they will not be possible unless and until the UC gets its own house in order. This concludes my comments. Thank you, Chair Pettis.
Thanks, Gwen. President Drake, anything else from you before we proceed?
No, I would like to thank both students for their comments and look forward to the rest of the day's meeting. And we appreciate these comments, by the way, and listen to them carefully. So thank you both.
And I want to add my thanks to the presidents. I think we both really are committed to deepening this partnership and look forward to working with you both. So thank you. With that, we will move on to the next full board item, which is item B2, Strategic Plan for UC Health Division, Office of the President. This is a discussion item, and Dr. Byington, as you assemble your colleagues, please proceed as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. I've asked the UC Health Division, my direct reports, to join us on this meeting if there are questions, and if I could have the first slide, please. There it is. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm presenting to you today the strategic plan of the UC Health Division of the Office of the President. This plan was developed prior to my arrival and spans a time frame of 2017 to 2022, a 5-year strategic plan for the division office. The timing of my arrival in October of 2019 presented an excellent opportunity for a mid-term refresh and review of this strategic plan, which was carried out by our office between November 2019 and January of 2020. This refreshed strategic plan was reviewed and endorsed by the Vice Chancellors for Health, the CEOs of our hospital systems, the deans of all of our campuses, the chancellors that include health centers, the president, former president Emeritus Napolitano, and the Health Services Committee Board of Regents. And now I bring it to you to the full board. I believe that this plan allows us as a division excellent guidance through fiscal year 22, particularly as COVID-19 will continue to be a primary driver of our activities. I would like to bring to your consideration that the next iteration of this plan, however, be a strategic plan for all of UC Health, one that includes the entire health system, all of our health center campuses, and our 20 health professional degree programs, and that this be a facilitated strategic plan, perhaps with outside support to help us as we plan for the next, moving to the next stage as UC Health. Next slide, please. Just a reminder, the UC Health Division was brought together to support the world-class healthcare system that we have across the University of California. We have the nation's largest health sciences instructional program with nearly 15,000 students and 20 health professional schools on 7 campuses. Our health professional schools include medicine, nursing, veterinary medicine, optometry, dentistry, pharmacy, and public health. In addition to our health professional instructions, we run the largest academic health system in the United States. Our health system includes 5 nationally ranked academic medical centers, including 2 that are in the top 10 in the nation, UCLA and UCSF. All of our hospitals are top ranked in the state of California. We have over 9,000 employed faculty physicians and over 10,000 employed nurses. Finally, UC Health also oversees health plans where UC is at financial risk in these self-funded plans, covering over 300,000 employees, retirees, students, and faculty. Next slide, please. So what were the drivers for the strategic planning decisions that we made in late 19 and early 20? We looked at the strategic framework for the Office of the President and the plans that the Office of the President had to integrate that framework across all divisions, and we worked to align UC Health with the Office of the President. We also, as the Health Services Committee knows, conducted a leadership retreat in December of 2019. And for the first time, we set system-wide goals for our health system. And I tried to adapt and modify our strategic plan to support these 3 system-wide goals, which are, number 1, to improve the health of all people living in California now and in the future. Number 2, to promote health equity through the elimination of health disparities. And number 3, to reduce barriers to access to all of our clinical education and research programs by creating more inclusive opportunities for employees, students, and trainees. We spent a lot of time as a system discussing what our enterprise-wide goals should be, and we have tried to set very high aspirational goals that require the work of all parts of our system rather than individual campuses. I also set my own key priorities as a new incoming leader, and I will share some of those with you. We also looked at market conditions, the changing healthcare landscape, the demographics of California, and imperatives that we saw around health disparities, something that has become obvious to everyone as we've lived through the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also looked at the roles of UC Health relative to the individual academic health centers, our division strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats. And we took input from many stakeholders as we revised our plan. Next slide, please. So just a brief look at some of the strategic goals that I set for myself for the first year of my leadership. And these goals are encompassed in the broader and longer range goals of our strategic plan. The ones that I've highlighted in blue, 5 out of the 10, I believe that we have accomplished in this first year, or we're nearly there. And my first year anniversary will be next month, which is unbelievable to me. This year has gone so very quickly. My very first goal was to define the better define the University of California Health and articulate values and system-wide goals. I've told you the 3 system-wide goals that we set, and I'll show you our values very briefly. I also had a priority to develop a system-wide plan to support diversity, inclusion, leadership development in UC Health. And this has been accomplished by a system-wide diversity team that delivered to me a plan on August 31st that I will be reviewing at the Health Services Committee at our meeting in October, and hope to really prioritize action on this plan in the upcoming year. I wanted to develop the capacities of the University of California Cancer Consortium. We are working to do that. We will announce a rotation in leadership very soon, with new leadership starting in the Cancer Consortium on November 1st, with both a chair and a vice chair that will rotate between our individual campus centers every 2 years. And we're in the process of interviewing and hiring a director for our cancer center. an administrative director. We had a number of policies that we wanted to finalize, including our policies on affiliations, conflict of interest, labor relations, and sexual violence and sexual harassment. We've made progress on all of these and I believe have submitted great plans for implementation to avoid sexual violence and sexual harassment in the clinical setting. And then finally, I had wanted to articulate the economic impact of the University of California Health on the entire UC system and the state of California. I've received a draft report. We've been working with Vice President Pamela Brown and working to collect these data with our CFOs and other administrators across the system. And I have a draft version of that report, which I've now provided my input on, and hope to bring this when it is public to an upcoming Health Services Committee meeting. There are 5 goals that we haven't achieved yet this year, and the interruption that was the COVID pandemic is really the main reason that we haven't been able to achieve some of these goals, as we've been primarily concentrating on our system-wide COVID response plan, and we've been operating under hiring restrictions or hiring freezes. But nevertheless, we continue to work on these and have made significant progress, including developing a UC-branded health strategy for all of the campuses, particularly the campuses that do not have academic health centers. We've been focusing on UC Merced and UC Santa Cruz and are making progress with both of those. And I believe our new strengths in telehealth will help move this along even more quickly. We're working to support the workforce needs of the state of California, and the California Future Health Workforce Commission had a number of meetings that were canceled during COVID, but we have a meeting that is coming up in November where we hope to talk about innovative strategies to bring especially our trainees and students into solutions that help us address workforce needs for the state. We're working diligently to optimize our UC Health Benefits Plan, and we're working with the Health Benefits Advisory Committee as well as the Healthcare Task Force. And there is task force recommendations, Health Benefits Committee recommendations that will be delivered in October. And then finally, we hope to complete critical hires in our population health, Center for Data-Driven Insights, and other UC Health divisions when we are able. And we're working with human resources now to prioritize our hiring needs and have open searches for a Associate Vice President for Operations for UC Health and for a Chief Clinical Officer for UC Health. Next slide, please. So I did mention the coronavirus, and although there was nothing written into the strategic plan about addressing coronavirus, I believe that the regents understand the work that has gone into the UC Health Coordinating Committee for COVID-19 and how that work has been a significant priority for our division and for all of our health centers across the system. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to share our core values. These are the UC Health Division core values, which are aligned with the core values of the Office of the President. I think all of us can stand by these values of accountability, collaboration, diversity and inclusion, excellence, innovation, integrity, and being mission-driven. When I arrived, it was clear to me that the value of excellence was embraced by all aspects of UC Health and our UC Health system, and that we were known for that excellence nationally and internationally. I wanted to bring some increased focus onto some of these other values and had the opportunity to participate in the values exercises of the Office of the President. And there are statements in here that directly reflect UC Health. including an attention under collaboration to systemness, working as a system, embracing diversity and inclusion, embracing innovation. Innovation was a UC Health core value that has now been added to the core values of the Office of the President. And then a real focus on being mission-driven, particularly on our public service mission. We are the public health system of California, and we feel a deep commitment to serve all the people of California and to improve their health. This has been demonstrated again and again throughout the COVID pandemic, and it is deeply embedded in our core values. And so you will see us focusing more and speaking more publicly about our public service mission at UC Health. Next slide, please. So the UC Health Division aligned our strategic objectives with the Office of the President, which divides strategic objectives along this framework into the categories of people, financial stability, operational excellence, policy and advocacy, and executing the mission. For us, we added that we want to deliver the highest quality health sciences education, research, and clinical care towards the improvement of health for all Californians and beyond as foundational for executing our mission. We have strengths in all of these areas, but I would say that the area of policy and advocacy, we are currently understaffed and underfinanced to have a complete strategic policy for health policy and health advocacy across the UC system. Next slide, please. So our specific goals, there are 13. You can see how they're categorized in these areas of people, financial stability, operational excellence, policy advocacy, and executing the mission. You see who is the owner of each of these goals in the UC Health Division. These names represent myself and my direct reports in the Office of the UC Health. And where we have a blank at the moment is really within policy and advocacy, as we need to work together as a system to further develop that area within, with particular emphasis on health at the state and federal level. And as I said, for the Chief Clinical Officer, we are currently recruiting for that position. Next slide, please. So this slide demonstrates our budget, and particularly on the budget items that are represented in operational excellence and are supported by the UC Health centers across our different campuses. And so our 6 academic health centers contribute the dollars that support these goals because we are primarily self-funded. And so goals 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, and 11 are supported by our academic health centers. You can see what our budgets were for these goals in fiscal year 18-19, 19-20, what was proposed for 2021, and then the actuals for 2021. So this represents about $18 million in funding from the academic health centers. We have estimated the return on investment in fiscal year 18-19, 19-20, and what's projected for 2021 on the support of these goals throughout the system. And these are particularly through our leveraging scale for value, our population health management function, and our Center for Data-Driven Insights and leveraging our system-wide data. There is a large return for investment, and this is an area for further discussion and financing of UC Health. Next slide, please. This shows our FTEs, and one of the key concepts that I would like to show from this slide is that we have FTEs within the UC Health Office of the President environment, and we have FTEs that are located across our health centers and across our campuses, and they're in roughly equal measure. So we have 22 FTEs in our Office of the President, and then 28.5 that are supported on the individual campuses. Next slide, please. And this is just showing some of the return on the investment that is seen by the individual campuses through their support of UC Health. We've worked very hard this year to make the return on investment transparent for the individual campuses and to show specific impacts on each of the areas where we engage. These are just two of the leveraging scale for value initiatives, work within revenue cycle and supply chain, and what was returned to each of the campuses through that work. Next slide, please. And another example is our Center for Data-Driven Insights and Innovation, CDI2, that supports our system-wide data and the electronic data warehouse that aggregates data from all of our health centers. You would have received our annual report, and in there, there's specific discussion of so much of the important work that has gone on in CDI2 to support the management of the COVID-19 response. It has given us visualization of data and our patients and our PPE, our supply chain, our personnel, that has allowed us to have a more effective management of and response to COVID-19. Next slide, please. And so just a brief word on the system-wide initiatives that we expect to launch this year and that we're working actively on. It includes creation of a pharmacy benefits manager, which we've discussed in the Health Services Committee, to improve the quality of our pharmacy and pharmaceutical supplies and drugs available to our patients and to our employees who have UC Health insurance, and to lower the cost. We're also, as I've mentioned, working on UC Health clinics for all campuses, focusing on Merced and telehealth. We have a proposal that is currently under evaluation by the Student Health Insurance Program, and will be voted on in October. That I'll be excited to share with you all if it moves forward, and I believe it will. The Cancer Consortium, we are working on a number of items, including new leadership, and there will be leadership dedicated to research collaboration and shared research projects, as well as clinical service line development, second opinions, and the like. The Inclusion and Diversity Task Force has given me their report, and we will be acting on that. I expect a conflict of interest and commitment report in February of 2021, and then, of course, all that we have done for the COVID-19 response. Next slide, please. So I think that is the conclusion of my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that people might have about the strategic plan.
Thank you. First, I'd like to recognize Regina Stillano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just a brief question, Dr. Byington, on the objectives where you map them against different owners. You noted, this is, I guess, slide 8. You noted that you have to do a lot more work on the policy and advocacy front, and there's not an owner there now. And I'm just wondering, who are you envisioning being the owner? Are you imagining a new position or repurposing somebody on your team, or would you be taking that point?
Right now, I'm the owner of it, and certainly I have experience in doing this in my work in Texas. But I've been working with Claire Holmes and with the groups, the individuals that she has within her organization, to see how we can best work together This is such an important aspect for UC as a system. Half of our budget, half of everything we do is health and health related. And so coming together and building a strategic plan for legislation and advocacy is a goal for this year, and something I hope to work with President Drake on as well.
Dr. Byington, for what it's worth, you are the most effective spokesperson we have on this matter. And so I know you are pulled in 1,000 directions, but I hope that you'll continue to consider yourself the main person on this point. I think you are incredibly effective at the legislature, and I can only imagine the impact you might have with our federal delegation. So I hope you'll be able to carve out time to remain the chief spokesperson and advocate for our health system.
Thank you very much. I do see that as one of the major responsibilities of the Executive Vice President for Health.
And then lastly, I look forward to hearing the presentation on the diversity and inclusion, particularly around employment. I might note, I mean, it's going to come up in our Prop 209 discussion later, that UC Health is also such an important purchaser of goods and services.
That's
and so this, I'm not sure if that's included in your DEI report, but that alone could make a tremendous impact on the economy of California if UC Health could step up its game, I guess, on contracting. And certainly we'll have to see what happens in November. Thank you.
It's not necessarily in the diversity, equity, inclusion report, but it is all over the economic report. And so once that becomes public, and I'm sure it will be presented here, we'll have a great opportunity to discuss that. It's a remarkable opportunity that we have, as you say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now Regent Park.
Thank you, Chair Perez. Dr. Byington, I was hoping that we could go back to the couple of slides you had on the health system's annual goal funding and then the health system's annual funded FTE.
Surely.
So I was a little bit confused. Maybe we can just go off the health system's annual funded FTE slide. You have an FY 2021 proposed budget and an FY 2021 approved budget. And there's a fairly big delta, I think, between the set of numbers, between those two sets of numbers. You mentioned that there was sort of widespread approval of this strategic plan from all the stakeholders. So can you explain to me the difference? Because if that's what you proposed, was then there just, oh, we approved of the plan, but we only want to offer this much funding? Could you explain that for me a little bit?
So it is challenging. We are in a time of economic difficulty, as you know. We went through 3 separate budget reductions as we put forward the budget for fiscal year 2021. And the UC Health budget is part of the Office of the President budget. And so all the funding that potentially comes in from the health centers is part of the Office of the President budget. And that is a flat line item, as you know, from the state. And so we have those constraints as well, that the whole budget has to be balanced.
Okay, so this is, the yellow is what you wanted to gain to fund your goals and your mission, et cetera. And then the column to the right is what you got or what you're getting.
What we're getting, yes. Mm-hmm.
And again, you know, one is the OP budget, the other is the campus, on the campus side. Though that is not required to remain flat, as I understand it. And as I understand it, the overall OP budget is required to remain flat. How funds are allocated within the OP budget, however, are not, you know, it's not that every line item within the OP budget needs to remain flat. Is that correct?
I'm probably not the best person to ask about the overall OP budget, but these are the dollars that come from the health centers to support UC Health outside of the core funds or the state funds, and there is flexibility there, but the entire budget for UC Health must fit within the Office of the President budget and the total amount that the Office of the President has. So our dollars, if I were to increase and bring in more health system funding, it would increase the overall budget of the Office of the President. That's my understanding.
It still would push out other funding if that were.
It could, right.
Okay. Well, President Drake, I know this is your first meeting, first, I think, full board meeting, but I just don't see how we're going to be able to achieve meaningful progress on the goals that have laid out. And when I look at the goals, I don't see any of those goals that are not mission critical. And I think, this was the thinking pre-COVID, but post-COVID or in COVID, it becomes even more pronounced that we cannot afford to let these things go. So I know that you've inherited, quite a number of challenges and opportunities, but I would love to hear some thinking about how we're going to help Dr. Byington, help ourselves meet the goals that have been laid out, none of which I would say, let's cross this one out. So I feel like we're creating a fiction for ourselves in some ways. And I think Dr. Byington, you're doing just a tremendous job actually making progress with not a lot of resource, with one or both hands tied behind your back many times. But I don't want to pretend that, yes, we're going to achieve these if we cannot resource them. So I'd love to hear some commentary about how we're going to perhaps mitigate these constraints that are placed upon us for reasons that may have been completely understandable at one point in time, but for which now we're going to be suffering consequences, palpable ones, in the very near-term future.
Maybe I'll make a quick comment, Regent Park. I appreciate that, and as you know, I was in Dr. Byington's office in years past, and then I spent many years in other activities here at the university. It was interesting, just in today and yesterday's meeting mainly, and sorry for the construction work. In yesterday's meeting, it's actually quite gratifying to see the fruit of the labors that we invested over those years. There was programs on outreach to students, programs on supporting our university in a broad array of mission critical activities, and places where we have moved and grown and are being celebrated that did not exist before we had programs to do that. And I do see that, and then I do see budget cuts that are disproportionate, and I see the amount of, I know the investments that we made in the past. I see the results of those today. As I've been briefed on the budgetary circumstance, I see the cuts and constraints as Dr. Byington has mentioned, and I see these in other areas as well. So I'll say it is a big challenge and something for us to talk about and work on in the future. And we'll try to make the most out of what we have as we can. But as we have less, it's a challenge to be able to continue to grow for the future.
If I may jump in as well, I think this also invites us to have a question with the legislature and with the governor about the constraints that they've created around the Office of the President budget and whether or not this is an unintended consequence of their actions. If it is an unintended consequence, whether we can get budget year authorization to exceed that as it relates to UC Health and to be more creative in finding revenues from throughout the system that don't get counted against the budget, which may very well be the case. And if not, if in the next budget year, we could correct this problem going forward, because I don't think this is what the target was. And I want to make sure that we draw the attention of legislators to the impact. With that, Regent Cohen.
There he is.
Regent Cohen.
Oh,
you're muted.
Sorry about that. Two questions for you, Dr. Bynington. And first off, let me say congratulations on reaching just about 1 year. I think it goes without saying that we were extremely lucky to get you, and it's hard to imagine where things would be if you hadn't joined us. So thank you. First off, I wanted to follow up on one of the last sort of side comments you made, because I hadn't heard it before, in terms of UC Health creating its own pharmacy benefit manager. So could you talk a little bit more about what your vision for that is and how that sort of fits in within the ever shifting industry, and what you think it would actually give us in terms of value in terms of UC Health?
Sure, thank you. You know, pharmacy costs are one of the biggest drivers of healthcare costs. And we believe that we have exceptional pharmacy resources across UC Health, and that we can do a better job managing those. Pharmacy benefits managers are used by all of our payers, and they optimize profitability for the payer, not for the patient. And they don't result in savings. Often there's drug cost savings, but the payer sees those rather than the patient seeing those. We would like, as a public institution, to change that, to manage those individual contracts with drug companies. And we're so large that the major manufacturers are really willing to work with us. And we are working to do this so that we can provide lower cost and higher quality for our patients. And so we have a job description that's out and currently being interviewed for a pharmacy benefits manager lead. And we have an entire pharmacy group that is working on this. And Dr. Doogie Graham from my office, the Chief Transformation Officer, and then Janice Bizzo, the CEO from UCLA, have really been on point on this. And we think it can be transformative for our patients and also for our health plans. As an institution, as we look to health benefits for all of our employees, finding ways to lower those costs while maintaining excellent quality needs to be a priority. And drug costs make up about 20% of all of our costs in the health benefits plan right now.
Thank you. Sounds interesting. I hopefully we'll have some time to follow up at a later date offline. The other thing I wanted to talk about is, and I hope I don't get us off track here, but the comprehensive access report that we haven't had a chance, I think, as regions to discuss, made this point that basically the only way we were going to be able to spread statewide was through those relationships with some of the problematic networks of hospitals. So can you, as we're talking about the strategic plan, talk about how much sort of going statewide in a more comprehensive way, not to use the same word comprehensive in that way, but how much sort of a statewide approach is really integrated into these strategies, or if you view that more as the next strategic plan that really you're going to put your fingerprints on?
I do see that as the next iteration, Regent Cohen. When I arrived, I was actually really surprised at how geographic we were. And UC Health, we have some of the finest physicians at facilities, healthcare professionals in the entire world in our state. And I believe that we have a public responsibility for all of the people of California, and that we can be looking at ways to deliver healthcare all over the state, even in places where we don't have a campus, a designated campus. So that's something that I've talked about since the interview. We are talking about it all the time with our vice chancellors and CEOs and deans, and affiliation will be part of that. I think that would be part of the strategy, not the entire strategy, but part of the strategy. And so finding a way to affiliate responsibly and to affiliate where we hold on to our values is really important to me. And I hope that we can get there in the future.
Thanks, Doctor. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Regent Lansing, followed by Regents Lieb and Sherman.
Thank you, Chair Perez. First of all, it's hard to believe that a year has gone by. But I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It seems like, in many ways, like you've been here forever, and it also seems like it's been 6 weeks. But I say what all of us are saying. We are so grateful that you are here. I can't imagine what we would have done during the pandemic without you. And I echo Cecilia's comments that you are the best spokesperson for us in all of the issues that UC Health faces, with the legislature, with the public, with the national government, in all ways. I just wanted to say that this plan that the committee is very aware of is a work in progress. I mean, we could never have anticipated COVID-19 several years ago when this started. And the world is constantly evolving, and we'll be constantly tweaking this plan. And I also want to say, President Drake, we're so happy that you're here, because we're looking so much for your input in this plan, which I know you've given already, but constantly as we're working to improve it. And as Regent Park said, we have every aspirational goal that we have is worthwhile. And I think of President Drake because you were in our academic affairs meeting, and I said, this is an aspirational goal and we must find the money for it. And we didn't have the money for some of our outreach programs. So not just health services, but outreach, so many things. But we're going to have to adjust to the fact that we also have limited dollars. But what I wanted to say is that I do believe, as you said, Chair Perez, we've got to look to the legislature. And I was also going to add that we've got to look to make partnerships and affiliations so that our dollars go farther. And finally, the thing that we never, ever do talk about, which is going to be one of the last items today, is research. We have an enormous brain trust for research. And I don't want to use the word lucky, but if we continue to do what we've been doing, some of our research will be able to really hopefully change, but as we take more ownership of our research, and I hope we'll be able to improve the dollars in UC Health. So again, thank you to Dr. Byington. We're going to be constantly tweaking this. We're going to be, it's a work in progress, and looking for, more from the legislature, more affiliations, and more from research as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Lansing.
Thanks, Regent Lansing. Regent Lieb, followed by Regents Sherman and Butler.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be short, knowing that our time is. First of all, you are the perfect person at this time, and we all very much appreciate your leadership in this area, Dr. Byington. My question is, if you could tell us a little bit more on this initiative regarding the Student Mental Health Initiative, because as you know, this is the next pandemic. And although students are generally not on campus, we have a major issue that we need to work with. And I know you've had a new hire there at UC. If you could talk a little bit about that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, so we have a system-wide telehealth group that has been working to put together a proposal for student health that would allow more psychiatric services, long-term follow-up, counseling across the system. And we presented that proposal to the Student Health Reserve Committee in August, and it was approved to move forward. I presented it to the chancellors, I believe in March, I told them this is going to be the last time I have to talk to you about something besides COVID for a long time. And so I need to tell you about the Student Mental Health Initiative. They gave us the go-ahead to further develop it and to present it to the Student Health Insurance Reserve Committee for potential funding. We did present it to them in August, and that committee has moved it forward to the full Student Health Insurance Board, and they will vote on it in October. It's a 3-year proposal, and it escalates over time. And the goal is that it would be self-supporting by the end of that time and would greatly increase access for all of our campuses to mental health through telehealth, through a telehealth network that would include providers across the system.
Anything else, Regent Lieb?
That's it. The only other question I was going to mention was just that I do know we have a new hire in UCOP regarding mental health, and I was wondering if that is something you can address.
Yes, my understanding, she's in the Office of Admissions, I believe that, or the Office of Academic Affairs, and works with Provost Brown and his group. And I have not had the opportunity to meet her yet, but Dr. Brad Buckman from my office is working closely with her. And I think having someone on point for student mental health is going to be a great advantage moving forward.
Thanks. That was, I'm on the, or chair of the mental health task force working group.
Yes.
I would say that's probably the number one issue we thought was that we needed some pinpoint work, with somebody that would be targeted to that. And I'm glad Dr. Buckman and her are working together because I think that's an important hire for us. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Sherman, Regent Butler, and then we're going to prepare to move on to the next agenda item.
Dr. Byington, way back in 2018, I was on an advisory committee to restructure the health division. And one of the recommendations we made at that time was to carve out, if you will, the things that the campus health centers would be better off doing on a collaborative basis. And effectively, we came up with the name, the UC Health Collaborative, where the campuses would contribute directly to the subdivision to fund those activities, and in effect, carving it out of UCOP's budget. So I would invite you, if you haven't seen that report, because that was one of among many recommendations, make sure those essential things can get funded without the limitations overall in UCOPs. I don't know whether you've seen that report or not, and whether that's still a viable alternative here.
I have seen that report, Regent Sherman. It was part of the materials that was given to me during the interview process. And the budget that I presented to you today in the yellow, that is the collaborative budget being funded by the health systems. But it is my understanding now that it's not separate from the whole Office of the President budget, and whether that can be revisited, it's something to discuss.
Yeah, because that was our one of the reasons to structure it that way, is that it would be carved out and would not be subject to any overall limitations. Not as a subterfuge, but that it made sense to handle it that way. So maybe you'll be able to get back to us in the future to see if that still works. So.
I see that Rachel Nava has her hand up, so maybe she would be able to answer that or comment on that.
Rachel, would you like to join in?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to Regent Sherman's comment and to articulate that was the strategy we have employed, that with regard to the UC Health Collaborative, it was not limited to the same constraints that the OP budget overall was limited to, but it is subject to funding provided by the campuses. And I know that Dr. Byington and the CEOs and others had discussions about what levels of funding were appropriate, given the financial constraints the university is facing.
Okay, so it turned out as we had hoped it would then. Okay.
Thank you. Wonderful. Now, Regent Butler, and then we'll come back to Dr. Byington to wrap up before we move to the next agenda item. Regent Butler.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Dr. Byington. One of the other regents have already gotten to you on the student health question, so you don't have to worry about getting the student health question from me this time. But I did have one question in relation to the slide referencing executive leadership of UC Health and those 10 points.
Yes.
In point 9, you make a reference to finalizing policies in a number of different areas, and I can definitely appreciate that. Getting to final policies across the entire system can be can be a process that takes time. And my question was this: is there insight or directionality you can offer to the board as it relates to finalizing your policy around labor relations? And I ask this question because as you hear and all of us hear, more often than not, in public comment, there are questions as it relates to activities in different health centers or clinics around layoffs or around contracting out. And while the regions have offered many efforts to clarify policies and sort of give some insight and expertise to the Office of the President, as you are developing specific policies for our health division, I'd love to hear any insight or directionality that you could offer. Are there specific goals that you're trying to achieve, or are there objectives as it relates to labor relations that match or map to your overall strategic plan and objectives? I just would love to just hear more about how you're thinking about that, as it's an issue that continues to come up for us.
It's an issue that's very important to us, Regent Butler. As was mentioned by, I think, Regent Park earlier, UC Health is one of the largest, or Regent Estolano, I can't remember, one of the largest employers in the state. And we want to be recognized as one of the best employers in the state and in the nation. And so our commitment to our workforce is extraordinary. And so we would like to be more involved in developing relationships in between contracts. I think that's one of the principles that we're interested in, getting to know people and to work collaboratively. Our workforce, unlike many others, often we have members of our workforce from the time that they were students through trainees to faculty and staff, and we watch them advance in various ways, both on the faculty side and on the staff side. We're very committed to that. And so having principles of good labor relationship development outside of just contracting periods is something we'd like to contribute to. And I personally have been meeting with the labor unions, as you know. It was every week early on in the pandemic. We're now at monthly. I think actually we're at every 2 weeks now. It's hard to remember, but I think it's either every 2 weeks or every month where we meet and hear questions. I've taken back what's been brought to me. I take it back regularly to our chief medical officers, nursing officers, our CEOs, and we've made changes, based on that, and we'd like it to be a more partnered, some partnered decision making.
Thank you for that, Dr. Byington. As we all know, that difficult time can either create more strife in relationship or can bring about partnership. And I appreciate your approach to trying to find those places of partnership and take advantage of those opportunities. I think you're right in terms of engagement between contract and trying to find non-adversarial environments to try to solve problems. And if there's ever anything I can do to be helpful or supportive in that continued thinking, I'd be more than happy to do that. But I really do applaud that work and would love to, and look forward to seeing the policies that come out of the strategic plan for your division.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Byington, anything else before we wrap up this agenda item?
No, I appreciate all the support, and it has been a pleasure being here this last year. Can't imagine any other environment for being here. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you again. That concludes this discussion item. We will now move to item B3, a discussion item on the 2020 UC Accountability Report, highlights and UC 2030 updates. It's scheduled for 60 minutes. Perhaps if we could constrain the presentation as much as possible, and that way we can focus as much as possible on the discussion and follow-up questions so that we can try to get back on schedule. With that, Provost Brown, Vice President Brown, Vice Provost Carlson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Perez and members of the Board of Regents. Good morning. In July, you received a presentation of the 2020 UC Accountability Report, during which Chair Perez requested an extended follow-up item after you had a chance to read that report and relating specifically to UC 2030 goals. And the impact of COVID-19. With that, I turn it over to Vice President Brown.
Great, thank you very much. I know the news has highlighted challenges in the mail service. I'm hoping you've all received a copy of your own accountability report and soon are going to get your November ballot. I recommend using both, but today we're just going to focus on the accountability report and the UC 2030 goals. The goals that are presented in a dashboard in the accountability report are also available within the UC Information Center that hopefully you can see right now. Our first goal is to produce 200,000 more undergraduate and graduate degrees. That's on top of the 1 million that we've projected. To date, we've produced just over 293,000. That's about 24% of that 1.2 million. Because of large enrollment increases over the last 5 years and some improvements in throughput, UC is on track to achieve that goal, though COVID-19 could affect progress if we did see a decline in UC enrollment or graduation rate improvement stall. Our second goal is to ensure that the California dream is for everyone. And I'm going to focus on the area where we've got the greatest amount of work and greatest opportunity, which is to improve timely graduation for freshmen and for transfers, and also to eliminate gaps in graduation for Pell, first gen, and underrepresented students that represent the new generation of California. The goals that we show here, which are for the system, are built up by individual goals on each of the campuses, and they vary depending on what the opportunities are. So for example, if I look at UC Riverside, we can see for them the graduation rates for their Pell, first generation, and underrepresented students are comparable. And so their focus is to ensure that they increase overall graduation rates for all of their students to achieve the aspirational goals that they have. And part of that is building on the significant success that they've shown over the last few years in improving timely graduation. And that's been in looking at ways to improve retention rates and to support academic probation. When we look at other campuses like UCLA, then we can see the focus of their work is to target services towards their new generation students to ensure that they do as well as their peers on the campus by looking at ways to provide additional advising, mentorship, and support to improve the sense of belonging. No matter what the goal is on the campus, efforts to improve timely graduation rates are one of our best ways to advance affordability because we reduce the cost to obtain a degree. In addition to that, it increases the likelihood that they'll go on to get a graduate degree, which further advances their opportunities for economic mobility, along with our opportunity to diversify professions that require a graduate degree. So today, this dashboard that we're showing you shows the percent of bachelor degree recipients from the University of California that go on to get a graduate degree. For new generation students, they're less likely to go. So we look at Pell Grant recipients here, or if we look at first generation students here, we see that they're less likely now to go on to get a graduate degree. When we look at the data by campus, we can see for Berkeley, LA, and San Diego that have higher timely graduation rates, their students are more likely to go on to get a graduate degree. So part of our hope in improving timely graduation is that we will increase the opportunities across our UC campuses for students to get a graduate degree. Now, there's one piece that I definitely want to flag, which is this light blue shade here. It shows that 4% of UC bachelor degree recipients go on to get a doctorate degree. And I just want to highlight that at UC Merced, that they have that same 4%. So our newest UC campus sends the same proportion of students to go on to get a PhD. And one of the reasons that they do so is that they found that increasing undergraduate research opportunities is a way to continue to get students to be engaged on campus. But it also looks as though it's increasing the likelihood that these students decide to go on to get a doctorate degree. And one of the reasons that that's particularly important is when we think of our opportunities to diversify the pathway to the professoriate. And so if we think about the first step, which is diversifying those that go on to get a graduate degree, a doctoral degree, this set of pie charts here looks at for UC bachelor students who go on to get a graduate degree, and in this pie chart here, specifically a doctorate degree, 41% do it at the University of California. But if we look at it for UC Merced, that's 64%. And if we look at it for UC Riverside, it's 50%. And if we think about that, these are two of our most diverse campuses. The opportunities that we have there to increase the likelihood that these students go on to get a doctorate degree really helps us have an opportunity to diversify our doctoral students and then have our own availability pool that we could look to for future faculty. We did mention last time, one of the things that we're keeping an eye on is this decline that we've seen here in first year retention rates. We have seen it even greater for our new generation students. We get new data in January, which will help us see what first year retention rates look like and how UC students did navigating the remote instruction period. I believe that the work that campuses are doing to improve first year retention rates and support academic preparation, we think that that's going to be even more important during a COVID-19 period because our students in high schools may require even more support if the final years of their high school experience reduce their academic preparation levels. The last goal that we have is to invest in the next generation of faculty and research. And the way that we look to do that is to grow 1,100 ladder rank faculty over the next 4 years. And in doing that, we would continue to diversify our faculty through growth. Last year, if we look at this, we grew just under 200 faculty, but COVID-19 related financial constraints may limit our hiring to only replacement rates or less over the next few years. So UC is emphasizing efforts to understand and improve retention of underrepresented and female faculty so we do not lose ground on gains that we've made in hiring at or above availability pools. And we have Vice Provost Carlson here who can talk about some of those efforts. The dashboard that we have then at the end highlights funds that we hope to receive from the state. Our plan was to indicate what we received and how we allocated those on campus. We acknowledge that there are funding challenges in this economic crisis climate, both with the state and with our UC campuses. But nonetheless, we believe these goals are critical to the values and the heart of what the university stands for. And thus our plan is to continue to monitor our progress and keep you updated on where we are. And with that, I'll turn it over to Provost Brown and we're open for any questions.
That concludes our presentation, Regent Perez. We're ready to respond or interact with the regents.
I don't see any hands, so I'm going to go first. And that I want to go back to what you just said about protecting our ability to hire and retain at or above availability pools. One, I think the concept that you're capturing is really important for us, that we not backtrack or lose ground. But it also reinforces how far from a goal that I'd like to see we still are. Because at the current rates that we've achieved over the last several years, it would take us generations to make meaningful progress. And it is my critique that if we keep talking about availability pools, we buy into a notion that we're limited to getting somewhere near what the average would be across the country. And if something is desirable, we shouldn't want to be limited by the average access to it. And so I just want to reject the notion of the availability pool being viewed as a limiting factor, right? At most, it should be a floor.
Yes.
And in no sense should it be viewed either as a target or experienced as a ceiling. So I just want to be very clear about that.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I know the provost does too. He's been talking with UC leadership about this concept of growing our own. And that in part is why we wanted to highlight the opportunities that we see about diversifying our PhD pool. And if we look at our PhDs as potential future faculty, and we think about the diversity on campuses like Merced and Riverside and the opportunities we have there, I think you're absolutely right. A floor is exactly where it is, and we should be targeting much higher.
And if you don't mind me saying, we do still have, even with this COVID-19 setback, a generational opportunity I don't want to lose, where we wanted an opportunity to exceed replacement rates in hiring. We know we have to bolster the support we're giving our students, the availability of courses, enriching our academic environment. This can happen if we can maintain pace in actually exceeding replacement rates, because you can also diversify faster.
Yeah, very good. Regent Park, followed by Regents Muwakil and Oakley.
Thank you, Chair Perez. I wanted to follow up on two things within the item itself. And the first one is on page 9. It is this survey that the Harvard Graduate School of Education did on faculty retention and exit. And I was happy to see that it was done, right? Because I think we need to know more about this. And you know, a lot of these things seemed actionable, like we could do something about it. So I guess that was positive news in the sense that, oh, okay, these are some levers and we can make increased efforts in this. I was a little struck by the dissatisfaction with the retention effort. So I was hoping somebody could elaborate on that, as well as this citation about, for faculty of color, additional leadership was tied at the top with higher salary. And I wanted to understand whether there was any any actual salary differential between faculty of color and their white counterparts that would push this, push the direction of this statement, something underlying. And I was wondering if Harvard actually captured that at all. So those are the two things involving this faculty survey. And then I had a point I wanted to make about something else in the item.
Right. So we have Vice Provost Carlson here, and she's been involved with that survey. So I'll ask her to respond to those questions.
Sure, I'll try to address each of those, Regent Park, but I may miss one, so I would appreciate your follow-up. This survey has been quite helpful because it allows us to see into the complexities of faculty retention and exit processes, which is not simply a one-time decision, but it's usually some kind of an accumulation of factors. You didn't cite, but to me, one of the most notable findings in this study is that many faculty test the market to see what their value might be somewhere else, but largely they're doing that because they hope they can increase their salaries at UC. What happens way more than we would want is that they take those offers elsewhere. So they often don't go into it with that as an intention, but they, you know, we have amazing faculty, so they get amazing offers when they test the market. In terms of salary, the coach study isn't a salary equity study, but we've done salary equity studies, and there are not with some disciplinary issues on individual campuses. We do not have a broad salary inequity by race or by gender. But it's really, I think, more, I would say it's more a factor of what happens once you get into the idea that you need to find your value in the market. Salary, of course, is important to all of our faculty because we live in a state that's very expensive.
Okay. I mean, it would be nice, perhaps, you know, I assume that such a survey might be done periodically to get a little bit more follow-up on that question of higher salary being kind of an impetus for leaving.
Yeah, and we are continuing this as an annual survey. So we will accumulate this information over time, which I think will also help us.
Okay, and any commentary on again, the dissatisfaction with the retention efforts? You know, could we assume that to mean like, you know, they would have expected the offer to be matched, or is it more, you know, kind of throughout the process, you know, I didn't feel like I was valued enough, you know, while I was here, and not so much at the end point. Is there any light you could shed on the type of things, perhaps in terms of the type of dissatisfaction?
I do think in the retention process, there's a lot of back and forth usually between the administrator and the faculty member, and there are a lot of opportunities to be disappointed if you're the faculty member. One of the reasons we went with this kind of a study was to get feedback from the faculty members themselves. And there's research to suggest that's important because administrators involved in these retentions often think what they're doing should be perceived as fair and equitable for the individual faculty members. It doesn't feel that way oftentimes to the individual faculty members. And so this captures that dissatisfaction.
And Regent Park, some of the things that I'm hearing, and I appreciate very much your question, the faculty are attracted to UC for any of a number of reasons: the colleagues they work with, the quality of the graduate students that they have to work with, the research support that they have available to them. All of those things seem to be fine. There are some areas of challenge, and one of those is actually housing and housing support. And often one of the driving features, I know this from, I won't name the campus, but I'll leave the chancellor to speak to it, that the faculty members test the market, not because they're disenchanted with their salary per se, but the issue of housing in the area is so exorbitant, and the availability of support or housing available by the campus is so limited that they test the market to raise their salary to have the money for their down payment for housing. So those are some of the kinds of issues that I'm hearing, and they do require attention on multiple levels.
One other comment, it's also important to note that the faculty that we retain who are getting outside offers, also stay because of salary. So it's both a factor to leave and a factor to stay.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to make a comment and maybe a request related to a different issue brought up in the item. And that's on page 3. It's the paragraph before goal 2. And it's a commentary about distance education, about mitigating some portion of the needs for additional infrastructure, but pointing out that it's not just instruction, but there's a research mission here as well that, you know, the physical plant serves. And this idea that yes, maybe there's mitigation if we do or stick with remote learning, but there are startup and operating costs of providing adequate remote learning infrastructure. And so it's not maybe 100% savings. I would like to see a more detailed and complete analysis of these trade-offs, because I do think that, again, the research mission is important. The physical plant is important. It's important to faculty, it's important to community, and it's important to students. But there is just no way the costs compare. You know, we are looking at student housing projects in the several hundreds of millions of dollars. And the point isn't to throw students off of campus, but if we actually spent any amount of money that we do on building new buildings or building new housing, again, you know, it's not the point is to stop doing that. If we spent that money on pedagogical innovation and technology infrastructure, I mean, my goodness, we would have the most powerful, you know, undergraduate education in the United States if we actually spent nearly that amount of funds. So I would actually like to, I mean, if we're gonna go and sort of make, you know, kind of this general statement about, oh, it doesn't entirely offset. Okay, I want to double down on, okay, what are the costs? What are the trade-offs? If we actually spent, you know, 1 or 2% of what we spent on physical plant on technology infrastructure and pedagogical innovation, what could we do? I'd like to have that conversation in the future. Thank you.
So let me, if I may, Regent Park, say that I will work with the provost to figure out, and the president obviously, to figure out how to structure that conversation, because I agree with you that the limit of our growth and our innovation shouldn't be measured by physical infrastructure. And so let's figure out how to tee that conversation up. So thank you. Regent Muwakil, followed by Regent Oakley.
Thank you, Chair Perez, and thank you for the presentation. Again, music to my ears. So I want to thank you for the amazing dashboard. I know that I use the dashboard a lot in my research personally, and I know a lot of other higher education researchers do the same. So I thank you for the ease of availability for some of these data points so that we can dig down deeply into them. I have one question about something specifically that you mentioned. The 200 or so lateral rank faculty that we added on our way to 1,100 by 2030. I'm curious about the intersection of that number added to the number of UC grown folks that have come in. So do we know the proportion of that 200 that are UC alums themselves, and how many come from without?
I don't have that number right now, but I can get that. And I think that is a good piece to think about, especially when we start having these conversations about growing our own. If we're able to look at the last few years, that might be a way to set a baseline that we can think about in moving ahead. So I'll note that and see if we can get some information, and then maybe that'll help us think about that as we move ahead.
And by the way,
we know.
Oh, go ahead, Susan.
Yeah, sorry, Michael. We know a little bit about that population. About a quarter of our ladder rank faculty hires have their PhDs from UC. And that's been consistent actually for a long time. What we don't know, and that I think Pamela Brown is working on, is what about other UC degrees?
And I would like to just put an underscore on a point. We play a vital role in developing the professoriate, not just for UC, but for CSU, for the California community colleges, and for colleges and universities nationwide. So we can be far more effective in diversifying that professoriate too, not just for ourselves. And so pardon the passion about it, but I see the opportunity in it.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. Just as a last follow-up question in that regard, you spoke a moment ago about retention efforts in response to Regent Park's question, and you highlighted Provost Brown, the importance of housing in those retention efforts. So I wanted to highlight that point and agree with you in that regard. Another point that I'm curious about, and just as a point of context for me, who has the purview to kind of engage in retention efforts of faculty, specifically faculty of color? Is that campus specific? Is that OP? Is there any unified guidance in how to engage in retention of faculty overall, or is that just kind of case by case?
It's normally either the department chair or the dean of the school or college who would be managing that process with the individual faculty member. And the process does vary by discipline. It's because we're dealing often outside of UC, so we're dealing with universities across the country and even around the world who help set some of the protocols. Within UC, we actually have fairly strict guidelines about recruiting faculty from one campus to another. And they're meant to be fair both to the faculty member and to the hiring units. And sometimes, once in a while, those come to the office of the president, but otherwise we're not involved in those negotiations.
Let me just make one quick comment about that as well and say it's done generally at the department level. That's where faculty hiring and promotion take place. When there's a high profile or a significant retention, it will go to the dean and get the dean's support. When it's a very high profile or significant retention, it goes to the provost, and then actually the provost is involved in all those cases, but then it will go to the chancellor. And so there are, so chancellors are involved routinely in retention efforts for high profile faculty. Deans are involved all the time. Department chairs deal with it on an ongoing basis. You mentioned testing the waters. It's the other way around quite often, particularly for our most productive faculty, and that is the waters test them. Our faculty get recruitment offers routinely, and our senior people get recruitment offers routinely. In fact, it's kind of a norm. You need to sort of put yourself in a place where people are looking to recruit you. And routinely, those offers are for more money, more facilities, et cetera. People don't come and try to recruit your way by giving you what you have. They come and give you more. And then the department, the dean, et cetera, the campus have to decide how much of a contributor this faculty member is to the overall enterprise. And I'll say, and this will be just for all the conversations we're having today when we talk about the wonderful things we do, we're also then telling those deans and department chairs they have to cut their budgets. So they're being squeezed and pushed down. They have wonderful things they'd like to protect, but they're resource constrained. And so, and that, let me say, all the conversations today, the same realities are facing the people who are making the decisions.
So let me jump in as well, if I may, because there's another question in this issue of retention that I think we have to be very clear about. That in some cases, there's also a question about whether or not a department is viewed as supportive of the advancement of a faculty member and the progress from assistant to associate to full professor. And there are questions of how we evaluate different expressions of university service in this process. And so I just think we have to be as holistic in this conversation as we can be. So that where we do see problems of a department or a division having disparate sets of outcomes, that it set off flags for deans, for provosts, for chancellors, so that we can get ahead of a problem where we may be bleeding instead of leading. So with that, Regent Moakil, have we satisfied your questions, and can I move to Regent Oakley?
Absolutely. You hit my point right on the head, Chair. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Regent Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be as brief as possible. I know the provost couldn't wait for me speaking, but I do want to say in all seriousness, this report continues to improve. So thank you for the work that you're doing. With that, I do want to reinforce the point that Chair Perez made on the availability pools. I echo that concern, particularly since we have required all of the graduate programs that have requested, that are now professional schools and have requested the increased tuition to link that increase to increasing diversity of faculty. We need to continue to drive that home. I do want to also echo Regent Park's mention of, this is an issue on innovating in the classroom, innovating the pedagogy that we discussed at a retreat in Lake Arrowhead several years ago. So we need to continue to think about how do we innovate in order for us to continue to increase accessibility. I do want to ask a couple of questions on the question of encouraging new generation. I like that term, so I don't know if that was your invention, Pam, or new generation students, encouraging them to go to graduate school. And, I talked to a lot of students. I had my own student in UC who went on to graduate school, not at UC, but to CSU. And there's this constant challenge with particularly new generation students on how they navigate that process. And I've seen in some campuses, we have an assistant provost or some position that really does a wonderful job of reaching out to new generation potential graduate students, helping them understand how to get those reference letters and doing all the things that are necessary to jump through those hoops. So, and maybe this is a question not for you, Pam, but for the provost, how are we thinking about this across all 9 undergraduate campuses? Do we have one unified approach, or are we just encouraging the campuses to take this on?
I will say, I really appreciate the question. This, Regent Oakley, this is something that our graduate deans live and love, and are always meeting together about how they can be far more intentional about the mentoring and development processes associated with our graduate students. Having said that, they all have indicated that there are challenges there where we need to do better. And with the quality of mentoring we're giving our students, the development opportunities that we're giving them, making sure that we're attentive to where there are problems or challenges into mentorship relationship, because as many of us know, that relationship is critical I see Regent Moakil nodding his head. It is critical to a student's development. And I think all of us are recognizing the need and the importance of more eyes on that relationship for any of a number of very good reasons, to be far more effective in the personal and the professional development of our students. And so I hope you don't mind me just acknowledging award, but I will, and to let you know that this the report of the grad deans here, the graduate students have read and supported as well. The Senate's coordinating committee for graduate affairs, is on this. Our EBCs are on this as well.
Yeah, so the only other thing that I'll add, first, the term of new generation students, Professor David Kerp on the Berkeley campus has discussed that. And so I've tapped into that. Someone on my team highlighted it. So I think it's absolutely appropriate. This is the majority of high school students in California, and they're absolutely our new generation. So we really are embracing that. On the pathway to graduate degrees and beyond, we do know from UQ's data that students that plan to go on to graduate school are more likely to go on to graduate school. And so that does highlight the importance of having these kinds of conversations about opportunities early on in the process. I will note that some of the campuses with their 2030 goals had identified specific programs and strategies that were going to look at this as a way to make advancements with the goals that they've got. And then the Provost Brown has tapped our team to partner with our folks that do work in graduate studies to do a deep dive brainstorm to think about this, growing our own. What do we know? What are campuses doing so that we can support a conversation with graduate deans and provosts? So this will be an area of ongoing work and one we think is really important at this time.
And we have places that are doing exceptionally well here. If you don't mind, I'll mention UC Merced, particularly in terms of the diversity of their students and those that are going on to graduate education. So many of them, the key feature here is those students' early and supported involvement in research activities. And so we have places where it's going great. All of our campuses do. So I hope none of them mind me mentioning Merced here, but I think these are things to build upon. What we know works.
I agree. I have 2 comments and a question left. But one of my comments is on your point, and that is the importance of getting the same kind of connection with transfer students to graduate work, because you only have so much time. You really only have 3 semesters, because that first semester is such a hard transition for so many of our students. So any efforts we can make. We have 2 transfer students as student regents. I will note that their graduation rates are equal to our freshmen in the report. Have to highlight that. But my question is, one, Pam, how are we going to track the impacts of COVID through as this progresses through the data? What are some of the leading indicators that we can start to spot? And then I have my last comment and question is for our new president, and then I'll turn it back over.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think this is something that we're going to need to be tracking over multiple years. It's not just affecting the students in the spring term, but we know that our students in high schools and community colleges that are going to be coming to the university, they'll also be there. Our immediate things that we've been tracking are trying to take a look at course taking practices, units completed. Those are the very early indicators that we could look at to see if there were any differences that we've had. We'll be looking immediately at first year retention to see both if students are re-registering and how that is going. There are some campuses that are doing work that are going to take a look at students and how they did in classes in the fall, where they took the prerequisite in the spring versus in an earlier term. So we'll be taking a look at a number of different ways to be able to do that. But I'll say my team and I, we're thinking through what we might need to be looking at to really help us get a deeper understanding. And we're looking to our campuses as partners in this process to see what they're being asked to do, what their chancellors are asking of them, so that we can build that into anything that we produce.
Thank you. And my last question, comment combination is, again, this is an accountability report. So we have some places in the university where we have clear accountability, where we've been discussing one in this meeting. That's the accountability of the Chief Investment Officer. we have a clear understanding of how we evaluate and reward the chief investment officer. I would like to see at some point, and I'm happy to talk to you about my pet peeve, President Drake, but how do we begin to link similar performance requirements to the accountability report for our chancellors and senior management team? I think the more that we can drive that through the system, the better the outcomes will look over time. And again, similar to the discussion we're having about the chief investment officer, I mean, we very much value that improvement and we reward that improvement. If there's a way that we can implement some similar performance into the outcomes of our senior leadership team, I think, without going into a rabbit hole here, I think UC Path is one of those great examples. Since I've been on this board, we have struggled with who is responsible for the challenges of UC Path, and I still don't think we have an answer. So those are the kinds of things that I would love to see as we go forward. And I know it takes time, but to the extent that we can help support driving accountability by linking performance on these measures, I would certainly find that a step forward.
Welcome the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other regions seeking recognition, I take the president's response as an invitation for us to continue to explore some of these questions as we move forward. We will now move to item B4, review of the 2009 budget actions. This is a discussion item that both the president and I made reference to in our opening comments yesterday. And so we'll start with some preliminary comments by the president, and then we will move on to Vice President Brostrom, Interim Vice President Lloyd, Provost Carlson, and Associate Vice President Alcacer after the president's comments.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Since the board met last July, the university has continued to manage the budget impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the challenges it poses to the university's core operations. From March through the end of August, UC incurred $2.16 billion in lost revenues and new costs. And the federal stimulus funding we received was not sufficient to make UC whole. While we are not alone in this struggle, sorry, I covered my camera. Great technological pause, excuse me. We're not alone in the struggle. The budget shortfall is exacerbated by the uncertainty we face. We still don't know how long the pandemic will last, the scope of the economic downturn, or how students and researchers will react to this unprecedented situation. In addition, this year's state budget, I'm sorry, I don't know why that's happening. Great. In addition, this year's state budget includes contingency language tied to the federal stimulus funding. Essentially, the amount of state support we ultimately receive will depend on how much, if any, additional money California receives from the federal government. Unfortunately, Congress has not yet acted on a new stimulus package. The regents, along with campus and OP leaders, are contemplating how to address this budget gap while minimizing the impacts on students, faculty, and staff, particularly the most vulnerable among them. To inform those conversations, we will review the budget actions UC took in 2009 when the university last faced an acute budgetary challenge due to the Great Recession. And with that, I'll turn over to Nathan, and I'll say that I know that Nathan and the others will discuss the broad range of things that happened in the past, really as a level setting and a foundation, and to make sure that we're employing and exploring the broad range of levers that we have to make sure that we can continue to advance the university forward in these uncertain times. The fact that we're discussing this broad range of activities doesn't mean that any of them are imminent or the best choices. It really is just a broad discussion of the things that were used in the past so that we can have the greatest number of levers as we move forward. With that, Nathan.
Thank you, President Drake. And he did a very good job of teeing up the uncertainty we face, both in terms of the length of the pandemic and also the severity of the impact. So our goal is really to just ensure that we have all the tools and flexibility that we need to respond effectively and equitably across the system. So as a prelude, David and I, supported by Susan and Cheryl, will talk about some of the options that were both taken and considered in the 2009 fiscal crisis. Can we pull up the first slide? Thanks, and move one in. Thank you. So as Chair Perez noted in his comments yesterday, one of the most significant differences in this crisis is that it really does affect every single revenue stream that we had. In 2009, we experienced a dramatic decline in state support. We lost over $1 billion of state support over 3 years, about 1/3 of our state appropriation. And we also experienced dramatic declines in capital markets that led to decline in our pension funding and other impacts. But at the same time, our medical centers were strong, the dorms were full, and enrollment grew significantly during that time. And the federal government actually increased our research funding through President Obama's ARA funding. This year, as the president noted, and as we've seen, the pandemic impacts every single one of our revenue streams. The state, which is contingent on more federal dollars, enrollment, our medical centers, auxiliaries, and concerns about some long-term crowding out of federal funding. In addition, the tenure of the crisis is still unknown. We don't know. It will likely vary by the fund source, and it will also likely vary in its recovery. The medical centers and auxiliaries will rebound pretty quickly when we are safe to do so, but we face an unknown intermediate term, and we still face the long-term structural challenges in both our retiree health and pension and capital funding. Next slide, please. So we did use a variety of tools during the Great Recession, including both revenue generation and cost reduction. Some of these would still have relevance in the current crisis, while others we've sort of hit our limits or guardrails on the ability to help us. But I'll still walk through some of the revenue measures we took, and then David can talk about some of the cost reduction. Next slide. So in 2009, the Regents approved several measures that helped stem the crisis both on campuses and system-wide. In terms of one-time responses, the Regents did approve extraordinary payout on funds functioning as endowments and also on true endowments. Again, this had a fairly limited impact given the number of our endowments that are truly restricted, so not leading to a lot of fungible revenue. We also did have a health benefit stabilization reserve, and we drew down nearly $100 million. Again, that was one-time money to help offset some of the losses. The measures taken for permanent revenue increases were far more significant. We launched TRIP, the Total Return Investment Pool, in August 2008, and that was not a propitious time to launch an investment pool. We actually lost money in the first 3 months, but as Jagdeep noted yesterday, I mean, that has been a huge success for campuses. Since its inception over 10 years ago, TRIP has outperformed STIP, which was our only liquidity pool, by an average of 4.5%. So for every $1 billion that was moved from STIP to TRIP, that yielded about $45 million annually in incremental unrestricted revenues for the campuses. And right now, as he noted yesterday, that's around $8 billion. Unfortunately, in this crisis, we need to make sure we have sufficient liquidity given the uncertainties. So there's a limited ability of campuses to increase that until we have more certainty around what's going to happen. We did maximize endowment cost recovery. That's a very small amount, and it actually we're sort of at the max that we can do there. The other two levers is we dramatically increased non-resident student enrollment. In 2008, it stood at roughly 4% of our undergraduate student body across the system. And now we're close to 18%, which again is our prescribed limit to non-resident enrollment. So some campuses still have that ability, but given the challenges that we've talked about, that's not an immediate measure. And then we did raise tuition several times, coupled with increases in financial aid. So while we will continue to look at opportunities to increase permanent revenues, some of the measures that we used in 2009 are not would not have as nearly as significant an impact today. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it to David to talk about some of the things we did on the cost side.
Thank you, Nathan. A number of these are actions that we've already actually started to take to one degree or another this year. And this is kind of in the order in which they rolled out back in 2009. The first step was a salary freeze and suspending certain variable pay plans for senior managers. There was a 5% salary reduction for selected senior managers across the system. As I think you know, chancellors as well as the president had already agreed to a voluntary 10% reduction this time around. There's also a system-wide hiring freeze and deferrals where there were big constraints on hiring and replacement that could actually occur. And then ultimately the adoption of the temporary furlough program, which we'll talk about in a little bit because it is kind of one of the more distinctive and multifaceted aspects of this. In addition, those were all important short-term savings. On the permanent side, for 4 out of 5 years, the university decided to forego any across-the-board merit increases or range adjustments for policy-covered staff and faculty. That saved significant funds then. It did create challenges, particularly in faculty salaries down the road. And it's one reason that we have a larger competitive gap now between us and our benchmark comparison institution, which we've had to work extra hard in recent years to try to make up for. This also marked the start of a portfolio of initiatives that were called Working Smarter. These includes things from energy conservation programs to strategic sourcing to a number of administrative efficiencies throughout the system. Many of those are still in place today and have actually grown in scope from where they were. The president at the time delegated authority to campuses to start their own voluntary separation programs within certain system-wide parameters and policies to the extent that we can allow employees to opt to voluntarily separate. That has the potential to then reduce the number of involuntary separations. But then at the end of the day, there were also positions that were eliminated over time. Over the 3-year period or so from 2008-9 to 2011-12, a total of about 3,000 positions were eliminated, and that's in addition to layoffs that occurred during that time. Next slide. Thank you. I would like to talk a little bit about the 2009 furlough program, which was quite distinctive and in fact led to its adoption of it or similar programs in other institutions. One of the really key features that was sort of the foundation to it is that it was progressive by design. It had the biggest impact in terms of the effective reduction in earnings on those employees who earned more. The table here on the right shows how it worked. Essentially, employees were required to take a certain number of unpaid days off each year. That resulted obviously in a reduction in earnings over the course of the year. And you can see that it started with a 4% reduction, equivalent to about 1 day a month for their lowest earning employees, scaling up to a 10% reduction to those who were earned over $240,000. The one exception to this is if you were in the SMG group and you were your salary put you in that high band where you were subject to a 10% reduction, you were not permitted to take the 26 days off. You were limited to, I believe it was 10 days off each year. But in any case, it was strategically designed to have a differential impact based on what was perceived as an employee's ability to handle that. Second, we made it a point to get the regions to approve modifications to the UCRP plan document so that this action did not impact the service credit accrual for employees, even though they were reduced, they did reduce the time that they were working. There were acknowledgement that medical centers and certain faculty, for example, who are paid exclusively from non-state funds, it wasn't clear that it was appropriate or there going to need to be flexibility in having a program like this. Certainly having a mandatory number of days off for critical care folks in health was challenging. And so in those instances, entities were essentially directed to find equivalent savings through other means if that was appropriate. And then also we did a couple of things to minimize the impact on students. The main one is that it did not affect student employees. So all student jobs, including TAs, were unaffected. And then lastly, faculty, to the extent that they were going to take days off as a result, were directed not to do that on days of instruction. it was actually an amendment to the standing order at that time, it introduced a feature where this kind of system-wide action was only to be adopted if the board were to approve a declaration of extreme financial emergency. The point being that this should not be the first tool that we turn to try to address financial challenges. It should be one of the ones that among the last, only after we've already looked at all of the different tools that we had and opportunities. Next time. At the Finance Committee meeting yesterday, we did share a bit more information that we have now about our budget situation for this year, and that's in the form of enrollment. You know, we have been waiting until now with bated breath to see what enrollment decisions were students going to make. That is obviously a huge driver in terms of tuition revenue. We have preliminary information for only 2 campuses. Those are the 2 campuses that are operate on the semester basis. They started instruction just a couple of weeks ago, and preliminary information there is quite promising. We don't, in terms of overall enrollment numbers and campuses' ability to meet their targets, we don't see any material impact or any impact at all, really, of the pandemic in terms of California resident undergraduates. That's a really good news. Similarly, at the graduate level, for continuing students, we don't see any change in retention, at least so far at these 2 campuses. The places where we have seen some impact, and the numbers are very preliminary, is a slight decline amongst non-resident students who are continuing, that is, students who are already enrolled and are re-enrolling the following year. The Berkeley campus there falls short by about 500 students there, a little 550 or so. They're still looking into exactly what is going on there. What we do know is that it was primarily among seniors. And so there are a number of things that could have happened there that the campus is looking into. It may well be that these students took extra advantage of summer, where we saw record enrollment across the system, to finish up their degree requirements rather than return in the fall. It could be that students, these particularly international students, are taking a gap year until it's just the kind of experience that they had expected to have in terms of greater in-person instruction, fewer visa restrictions, et cetera. So we'll continue to look at that. There were also a couple of graduate programs that cater primarily to international students where there was less enrollment than expected. But the general point is that this was a big unknown until now, and the preliminary data suggests that we don't see a seismic shift in terms of student enrollment decisions, and that way this part of the budget. We will also know state funds by November, because the October 15 deadline for new federal stimulus funds will have come and gone, which will give the campuses a much better idea of the challenges they'll be facing. To the extent that any of these actions would benefit from board input, require regental approval, our plan would be to bring them to the board as a comprehensive package in November. Hopefully, we're giving you the opportunity now to ask questions or request any other information that might be helpful to you at that time. Next slide. Thanks.
Chair Perez, we'd turn it back for questions or discussion.
So I have several questions in comments, but I'm going to go to the other regions seeking recognition first. I'll go to Regent Makarishian, followed by Regents Park and Riley.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Nathan. And we talked about this considerably at the Finance Committee, but I just wanted to make sure that as part of your efforts, we include refi, getting an inventory of all of the debt that we can refi, and presenting that at the next meeting, either to the board or to the Finance Committee, and making sure that we do have a good inventory of what we can refinance, and also possibility of maybe deferral of some of the principal payments for the next 2 or 3 years while we have shortage of perhaps we can use our funds in other places. That's very important to me. And then the second thing that I wanted to ask you was, I know that we had that policy 2109 that we had put in place before for non-residents. And is that something that we should lift maybe temporarily, maybe for the next 2 years or so, to accept more non-residents, especially the non-residents probably we'll have a higher percentage of them will occupy the dorms, and we need those occupancies. That's something that we should be looking at lifting temporarily.
Yeah, thanks, Regent Makarichian. I would note on your first question, we actually, interest rates, as you know, are at historic lows, and we are doing everything we can to refinance all of our debt. Unfortunately, one of the components of the Trump tax bill was it did away with our ability to do what are called advance refundings, which are refunding ahead of a call date and then escrowing the funds. Someone on my team ran a screen today. We could, if that were possible, we could refinance up to $5 billion of debt and save $800 million. So that would be quite significant. So we're looking at other means of doing that. In fact, we've got a forward starting swap that we'll be using for the Jacobs Medical Center at San Diego. That'll give us over 50% savings. So we need to do everything we can to refinance debt. And as you know, we also have an open QSIP numbers. We can do more borrowing if we need to in the spring, depending on what we see on the pandemic. On the latter question, I think that's something that we would need to discuss more broadly with. It's a regental and presidential decision, and also one that the legislature follows very closely. So I think that would, it does generate a lot of revenue, but it has far-reaching impact.
I'm not talking about permanent changes to that. I'm just talking about 2 or 3 years because we know every non-resident will provide support for 3 in-state students. So that's a huge thing that maybe we should consider. I'm not suggesting that it's an absolute, but it's another area that we should be looking at. But the refis are very, very important. I think that's a substantial saving if you can delay any of those payments out, or how much of the QSIP is left for us to raise.
We could raise as much as we have debt capacity for. We were limited. We did $1.5 billion in the taxable bond in July. Our debt capacity is probably limited to sort of $5 or $6 billion now. And we'd want to keep some of that for projects and refinancing. But if we come to the spring and we find that there is, the pandemic is likely to last, as Dr. Byington suggests, through the next summer or even the following year, we may want to do that as an additional cushion for liquidity.
Yeah, so I'll be looking forward to the November meeting because we'll have much, much more clarity as to what our attendance is going to be. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Regent Makarichian. Regent Park, followed by Regents Riley and Lee.
Thanks, Chair Perez. Nathan, I had some questions on the slides on revenue generating strategies and cost reduction strategies. And I know that you and David have laid these out not as, these are all the things that we're going to do again. You just offered us, I think, a reminder of the things that were helpful last time in navigating that crisis. But to build on Regent Makarichian's question, some things are more sizable than others. Some things are maybe more feasible than others. Things like increasing the endowment cost recovery, those are not substantial by any means. Maybe helpful on the margins, right?
No, they're and we've sort of hit the max. You have to do a workbook about how much you can recover, and given the growth of our endowments, we're sort of at the max that we can do there.
Right, and I feel like we just sustained, the rate. In terms of the non-resident student enrollment, yeah, that one is substantial, but it is a very sticky issue with the legislature, and it has also inherent inequities amongst our campuses as well, in terms of who gets the largest share of non-resident students. So that one is not one that has, even if it were done, which is kind of doubtful, I think, would not have an equitable impact on campuses. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you lifted that, the demand is much higher at certain of our campuses than others. Yeah.
Right. The tuition increase, substantial, but again, difficult to do, and a lot of board members would not like to see that as sort of an early option either, I would think. what about things like Working Smarter initiatives? I mean, I know that in the past that's yielded quite a bit of savings, but how do you feel about how maxed out we are, or how long it takes for some of these initiatives then to really, it may be permanent cost savings, but if it takes 3 years to realize how helpful is it? Do you feel like we are kind of halfway, in terms of our capabilities, or close to being tapped out in what we can really save in this area?
No, I think we still have a long way to go. I think that the good thing is that all of these efforts, Regent Park, are well underway. And so a good example is we really just started system-wide procurement back in 2009 and 2010 under Peter Taylor. Now it's in full bloom. We've got over $400 million of savings. The next step would be moving into more supply chain management, and that could yield several hundred million more. Not immediately, but over time. I think what Dr. Byington laid out in their strategic plan, I think there's a lot that the medical centers could do in terms of leveraging scale for value and more savings there. Energy. I think Rachel and her team have done a really, really good job there, and now every single campus can use distributed energy, and that's not only been positive in terms of savings, but also in terms of reaching our climate goal. So, the good thing is that we have a lot of things underway. I don't think of anything as I can't think of any real new initiatives that we would launch, but I think some of the broader initiatives, Regent Park, would be extending what we do to work more closely with CSU and potentially the community colleges in terms of administrative efficiencies.
Right. I worry a little bit though about the personnel needed to take these initiatives to the next level. And again, if we're tapped out, are we saying that, hey, these are things that we actually could do within our existing infrastructure and personnel support? I mean, we talked just earlier this morning about how Dr. Byington is not able to get the staff, right, or get the resources that are going to be sufficient to really to engage and propel these initiatives in a really timely way. A little bit of we have to invest in order to kind of reap that greater reward. So, do you think that OP has the capacity currently to bring those initiatives to the next level?
In some of the areas we certainly do. I mean, I think our finance team is thin, but they're able to, especially augmented by outside support, we're able to do all we need to do in a very effective and professional fashion. I think in some of these other areas, I think we're going to want to have a deep dive with President Drake about where, if there is a value proposition where we could achieve the types of returns that, for example, Dr. Byington was pointing out with small investments. I think those are the kinds of areas that you can then bring back to the regents and to the legislature to justify some relaxation on the OP budget, and looking at different ways of paying for those costs out of the revenues or savings that are generated.
Okay, and just to be clear, when you come back in November, it is going to be a set of recommendations on specific actions based on then what you know about what kind of shape core funds is in.
Yeah, exactly. We'll know not only core funds, but we'll know more what's happening at the medical centers. We'll know the fall census at all the quarter campuses. We'll know the occupancy rate of the dorms. So we'll have a much fuller picture of what both 2021 looks like, but then also, given we'll know by the federal stimulus by then what will happen in 21, 22, and the impact on core funds.
And the consultation process, though, is just that. It's a consultation process so that you will then be able to share with us the input that you've gotten from various stakeholders that help inform then any actions that require board approval.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Regent Park, Regent Riley, Regent Lieb, and then if no other hands go up, I'll go after that. Actually, I just see Staff Advisor Jeffrey. Then I'll go and hopefully we'll be able to move on to the next topic. Regent Riley.
Thank you, Chair. Nathan, I'm wondering if there are any revenue generating opportunities around our real estate portfolio. I'm sure it's quite extensive. I don't know exactly what it is, and I'm sure we also like to hold on to these assets, but for one-time sources of revenue, potentially selling some of them off, for more long-term opportunities for revenue, developing with a private developer. I didn't see any of that in some of your suggestions and wondered if there were opportunities there.
Yeah, that's a great point. And actually, we did do quite a bit of that in 2009, 2010, because one of the other things that you find in fiscal crises, it's actually a great opportunity to make strategic acquisitions or real estate that. And so we saw a couple yesterday. I mean, the Irvine Medical Center is buying a building that they have leased all of it, and that will yield savings over the long term. So there are situations like that where it's a good time to actually buy real estate. But also, as you mentioned, we often will take excess real estate and do ground leases, especially for housing developments, where then the campus gets the benefit of the ground lease payment and additional housing. So,
right.
Given where rates are and given some of the asset values, it's a really good time to look at that. And I can assure you most campuses are looking at opportunities like that.
Great, thanks.
Regent Lieb, Staff Advisor Jeffrey, and then Regent Estolano.
Yes, Nathan, when the COVID crisis first hit, in the Finance and Capital Strategies meeting, our chair, Regent Makarikian, asked for a stress test of each of the campuses to determine what we do as this crisis goes and what we can afford to do. And I was talking to Regent Estolano yesterday, and we realized, I don't know if we've ever gotten a report on how that stress test worked. And I know now's not the time to talk about it, but I was wondering if there is some way we can determine what was done with these stress tests with the various campuses to determine, what we could be able to do, what we're allowed to do during this, in terms of our financial abilities during this COVID crisis.
Yeah, and Regent Lee, we have incorporated that stress test in all of the capital projects that are brought. So we look at the impact on both margin and on debt service coverage, but with a 10%, 15%, and 25% reduction. I would say that the impact that we've experienced so far has primarily been one time. It are, severe revenue losses relative to budget at the medical centers, return of housing contracts, increased expenses. We haven't really seen yet what the impact of structural changes are going to be, which are primarily in the state and any enrollment impacts. Campuses are planning for that. Chancellor Kosa and CFO Pierre Ouellette talked about what they're doing in terms of planning for structural downturns. But once we see, what happens with the state budget in November, it might be good to tee up, having a few campuses every meeting talk about their plans for recovery out of COVID.
I think that would be a good thing, because I think sometimes we hear about the overall thing, but we don't get into the specifics. So I think that would be helpful either at a finance and capital strategies meeting, or whatever we need to in terms of getting a basis so we can have a better understanding of it.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, is that there's been a very differential impact on campuses. The impact on some campuses is far greater than other campuses. So it would be good for the regions to understand and hear that.
Thank you. That's what I would request in the future. Thanks.
Thanks. Staff Advisor Jeffrey, then Regent Estolano.
Hi, thank you. Just sort of building on that last comment on the differences between all of the campuses and the differential impacts. I'm really glad to hear that there's a broad toolkit being developed and explored. And I just want to push for that, and also flexibility to the chancellors to be able to use those different tools to best meet the needs of their campuses. One other thing that I just want to mention, The furlough program has blessedly kind of receded from my mind over the last 10 years. It was quite the experience to put that into place. I'm just curious for down the road, what the economic benefits of that were. And then also, I just want to point out to regents who might not be aware, I know that David had mentioned in his presentation that that was something that affected policy covered staff. And I know that it needs to be negotiated with the unions. I remember that there were some unions 10 years ago that did end up going with the program. And I think maybe there were some that didn't. That's a little bit dim in my mind, to be honest. So one of the things that I'm concerned about as staff advisor is to take as equitable an approach as possible across our different employee groups. We have a large number of policy covered staff. Most of them are in the same salary bands as our represented staff. So we've got tons of research administrators, HR generalists, student admissions advisors, who are all making down around $60,000, $70,000. They're not big money people. The folks who make significant salaries are just a tiny percentage. So as we're looking at different options, I just think it's important to keep that in mind and to know that you've got 70 or 80,000 employees who have had their salaries frozen and who would potentially be the ones subject to the furloughs. And I'm not, in my position on campus, we are struggling to figure out how to make our reductions. And there are a lot of advantages to a furlough program. You can maintain more of your workforce that way and not have to deal with starting over to re-recruit a new workforce in a couple of years when the crisis starts to pass. But it is just a complicated program, and I'm hoping that some of these questions and considerations will be included in the analysis that you bring forward in November. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ann. And I'll have, I think David and Cheryl know the exact numbers and what the impact was. But yeah, I went from Berkeley to President Udall brought me to OP after it had been announced. I had to implement the whole thing, and it's very bad memories. But David, you want to talk about the fiscal impact?
Sure. At the time, or actually after implementation, we looked back and the savings overall across all different fund sources was estimated to be a little over $230 million. If you look at just the amount on core funds, which is the state general funds and tuition and fees, which is really bore the brunt of the Great Recession, that represented about 140 million of the total.
Thank you. Regent Estolano.
Great. I'll be brief. I know we need to move along. A few things. One is thank you for the presentation. For those of us who weren't at UC during the last recession, this has been very, very helpful to get a sense of what you all had to do, what constraints we have now moving forward, what worked, and so on. A few things. This is really directed to President Drake. As we evaluate options, it's very important to start this with a sense of values. How will we make these decisions? And Staff Advisor Jeffrey noted some of this stuff. Really implicit in your statement, Staff Advisor Jeffrey, was this notion of equity, right? And in asking the question, how effective was the furlough program versus the cost benefit of the cost of the very real pain that staff and others felt taking those furloughs. So I had occasion to talk to President Drake about another policy matter, and he laid out very clear set of priorities and values that guide his decision-making generally. And I think I'm hopeful that in our presentation in November, President Drake, you'll lay that out for folks. So we have a clear sense how you're making these recommendations to us and the principles that are going to guide it, the values of the organization. And I state that because I don't know about you or the rest of my colleagues on the board, but I've certainly been inundated by emails from a number of individuals on campus concerned about layoffs, concerned about impending furloughs and layoffs. And I think I can only speak for myself, but I have a sense of some of the other board members. that is something that we want to look at as the last resort. We want to keep the integrity of the organization together, our mission. We understand, as the third largest employer in the state of California, the role we play in economic recovery or in exacerbating the recession. So to that end, I know that we have a very sophisticated staff. We need to be able to effectively communicate to the legislature that these are not easy slash and burn cuts that go across the board. It doesn't make sense sometimes. So for example, Dr. Byington's presentation on her strategic plan, having her positions constrained by an overall cap on the budget of the Office of the President, when in fact there may be funds to be able to better implement some of her strategic plan, which would actually accrue to the benefit of the people of California so we have better health care in a pandemic. It just doesn't make sense. So it's going to be very important that we communicate clearly how the inflows happen, how there are separate silos, how they all affect each other, so that these simplistic notions of let's just cut across the board, that's not the way to approach this. We need to be very, very judicious. We need to be strategic. We need to be very careful and always guided by our values. A couple of other points quickly. I appreciate Regent Riley asking the question about real estate. And for myself, I also really appreciated your response, Nathan, about this is a great time to purchase additional land. And I heard you talk about when you're looking at these assets, you mentioned the example of long-term leases. So for what it's worth, as somebody who did a lot of work in redevelopment, never sell, never sell, never sell, only buy, maybe long-term lease. I would just say that we just never want to give up the land. They don't make any more in California as that I'm aware. And then the last thing that I want to say is, I heard, I think, Nathan, you said it, this notion that we might be able to see some efficiencies or get some additional gains by working with the other two segments of higher education. It's the first I've heard of that. And I'm really interested in that. And if you think there are ways for us to better work together, I've always thought that us leveraging each other's resources is really the way to go. We are one system, three segments for the greatest public higher education system in the world. So this is the time to bring us closer together. This is a crisis that will help us better integrate our service to the state of California and the people of California. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Regina Stillano. Vice President Lloyd.
I just want to respond to Staff Advisor Jeffrey's issues that she raised. Yes, I was here with you when we did the furlough. So as though David, Nathan, and some others joined right after, I was here. I don't remember it necessarily as being painful because I'm probably one of those folks, well, I kept a job. However, I didn't necessarily, I kept working on those days off. That I do remember. So, and I think that happened to a lot of folks around the system. But I do want to let you know that we are being mindful, and I am gathering all the information to see what happened with the represented employees versus what happened with the policy covered staff. And folks have sent me lots of information. So we know what happened with UPTI, we know what happened with AFSCME, et cetera. So we are building that information so that we can better inform folks as these decisions are being made. And Chair Estolano, to some of your points that you raised, I just want to let you know that, I'm sitting in the room and I'm watching some of these chancellors who ask me to be extremely creative in my new role as Vice President of Human Resources, which, by the way, I've never done before. But it's kind of interesting because I look at it with a risk lens. I operate in crisis, so I can look at it a little differently. They've asked us to stretch and think about things we've never thought about before, because all of these chancellors are very dedicated to preserving jobs and preserving benefits in the middle of a pandemic. So we are looking at HR in a way that we've never looked at it before. It may be because I'm here, because I have no playbook, but we're at a moment in time where we have to. So, sometimes they'll ask me a question, can you do this? And I'm like, well, I'm not sure. And I may go back to the policy people and they say, oh, we've never done that before. And I'm going, but what if we did? So we have to push because we are at a time where we've never been before. So we are doing that. But I just want to say, you know, a lot of us, Susan will tell you, we sit in the room with the chancellors as they agonize on how we can keep folks employed and with medical benefits, you know, during a pandemic. And they look at Carrie, and we all listened to her yesterday, and she says the pandemic might go to 2022, and we all shake our head in disbelief about how we can bridge that gap, but we're going to try to do it.
Thank you. And I actually want to pick up where you left off, bridging a gap, because I think that is really a frame that we need to be looking at. There are multiple economic impacts that are impacting us at the same time. There are immediate cash flow impacts, and then there are structural impacts over time. And we have to differentiate between the two. One of the things that I appreciate about the university's approach up to this point is that we've tried to hold folks as harmless as possible. First, by having a no layoff policy at the beginning of the crisis. Second, by being creative at what we've done with respect to our investments and ability to take advantage of liquidity to bridge some of the challenges campuses are dealing with now. And we have to continue to look at this as a bridging exercise, because we would have to overcorrect if we tried to solve all of the economic challenges within a fiscal year or a calendar year. And so we have to take advantage of the tools and the resources of the institution to bridge over multiple years. So in response to Regent Park's question about efficiencies, even if we don't benefit from some of those efficiencies for a year and a half, 2 years out, that still aligns with part of the arc of the bridge that we have to be looking at. Second, with respect to Regent Estolano's statement with respect to never sell, never sell, never sell, long-term lease maybe, she's absolutely 100% right. It is the only way to look at these issues. If we give up a long-term asset for a very short-term benefit, over the long haul will put the university in a worse space. So it's how we leverage those assets. It is one thing to take advantage of liquidity. It is another thing to do away with the underlying asset that created the liquidity. And so we have to be very thoughtful in these questions as well. David, as you looked at the furloughs, I'm reminded of what the state furlough experience was. And quite frankly, the state efforts to look at furloughs and contract reductions in the current budget year. The reality is that neither the ones that were enacted during the Great Recessions or the ones that were anticipated in the current budget year resulted or will result in the level of savings that were proposed. Because in many of those cases, the furlough created a reduction in hours for a given worker, but in many cases necessitated overtime for somebody else and didn't result in net savings as anticipated. So I think we have to be very clear about the expectation of savings versus the realization of savings. Second, consistent with the staff advisor's comments and your comments, David, about equitable approaches, I think we need to even be more progressive in the curve than what was rolled out during the Great Recession. The idea of anybody below 60,000 even being able to absorb a 4% or a 5% reduction is not real right now. And so we have to have a much more progressive approach if we go down this path at all. So it is my opinion that the worst possible outcome is involuntary reductions in employment. And the second worst is involuntary reduction in hours, right? So we have to guard against the first and limit the second to the greatest degree possible. One of the things I invite us to look at between now and November is, to the extent that we need to achieve some savings and you and I have talked about this a little bit, that we look at which segments of our workforce are most susceptible to reductions and figure out if there are targeted approaches where we could give additional years of credit so that folks with the greatest seniority may find it more beneficial to retire because we provide them with additional credits and thereby remove pressure to reduce hours or workers in other segments of our workforce. So I really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which everybody is engaged in this, in the finance side, in the HR side, in the investment side, and in the president's office. And I think it's important for our representative and our policy staff to know that we want to approach this as humanely as possible, to do everything we can to avoid hits on our workforce, and especially to protect our most vulnerable employees. Saying it is one thing, but I know that between now and November, there's going to be an incredible amount of stress on our workforce, worrying about what happens in November. So saying it is nice, but being diligent, making sure that our approach in November is as humane and focused on our workforce is really essential. With that, I want to thank you all for this presentation and look forward to having the most thoughtful policy possible moving forward. Okay, seeing no other members seeking recognition, that is the end of item B4. We have made up some of our time. It is roughly 12 o'clock. We were anticipating taking a break at 11:45, so we're only about 15 minutes behind schedule. We will now take a half an hour break and we will reconvene in open session at 12:30 for item B5, Proposition 209, primer on UC history and impacts. We're now in recess for 30 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back in session, the UC Board of Regents. We're back in session as the full board. We are now on item B5, Proposition 209, a primer on the UC history and impacts of that proposition. And I believe that President Drake, you have some opening remarks to make to set the framing of this discussion item. President Drake?
Before we start, I will say that we finished the last the open session in a discussion of a broad array of levers that we might use to help close the financial gaps that we have as we're moving forward. And I just wanted to make sure that the board understood our real commitment to protecting the excellence of our institution and protecting our people. And those are the things we're thinking about at every turn. We have our students who have only a short period of time with us. They have to have the best experience they can have. Our patients have to get the best care they can get every day. We have a workforce of many people who are dedicated to us for their whole lives, for their whole working lives, and we're dedicated to doing everything we can to protecting them as we move forward. And I wanted just to say that once more. Last June, the board endorsed ACA 5, which will appear on the California ballot as Proposition 16 this November. If passed, Proposition 16 will repeal Proposition 209, which passed in 1996, and prohibits preferential treatment on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in admissions, employment, and contracting. A little more than 25 years ago, as a precursor to Proposition 209, the UC Board of Regents adopted two resolutions, SP1 and SP2, to prohibit these considerations in admissions, employment, and contracting. A few years after that, the Regents rescinded SP1 and 2, but the change remains in the state constitution. It's an interesting time for me. I mentioned there was kind of a fascinating board meeting for me yesterday. I've been coming back over this last month. One of the things yesterday was seeing programs that I remembered as they were infant programs now being adolescent or fully grown. It was a little bit like moving away and coming back, and the kids are so much bigger. It was actually gratifying and great and very reaffirming. And there were programs that I wasn't expecting to see, but it was great to see them used as examples of things that we can do, and that's tremendous. This feels the same way as well. My first presentation as a faculty member before the Regents was 26 years ago, just about, and it was on. I was brought on. I was the Associate Dean for Admissions at UCSF, and we had something there that was unusual that we had achieved. The UCSF Medical School at the time the medical school program was the most selective in the country, and at the same time, the most diverse in the country. And the dogma had been, and people would have told you with great assurance, based on great data, that you could have diversity and you could have selectivity. But if you increase selectivity, you decrease diversity, and vice versa. If you increase diversity, you would decrease your selectivity. And what we showed was that you could actually do both at the same time and be the national leader in both categories. And in fact, your diversity improved your excellence. We did research actually subsequently to show that diversity led to better outcomes. So I was brought to present those data to the Regents. I was essentially set up to debate Regent Connerly. And Regent Connerly had strong opinions on the other side, was interested in SP1 and 2, not particularly interested in the data that I had to share, but we shared those data. And that really was my first introduction to this board. And actually I met Jack Peltison on that day, I remember, and I do remember that he said something nice to me. And it's interesting now to be in a similar position to his, something I wouldn't have considered at the time. So sort of cycling around to talk about this issue again is quite interesting. We have, I think, an hour. I know that Provost Brown and his colleagues are going to be very efficient in this, and we may be able to gain a bit of time. But it's very important that we look sort of at the history, what we've done, what we have going forward. And I really look forward to the changes that we can enact if this passes in the fall. We've done a lot on the student side to actually continue to make ourselves diverse. And we are now seen as a national model in many of these areas. One of the areas where we have tremendous opportunity is in the procurement and contracting area. There we're very low compared to other places in the country. And I think we have real opportunity there to diversify not the people we bring in so much, but diversify those people who supply us and the economic benefits that the university has for the state of California. I would say that long after California's vote on Proposition 16, we as an institution need to create the space for robust dialogue on these issues so that all members of the university community feel heard and included. We may not always agree on every item, but I really deeply value hearing different points of view. And after all, robust discussion and debate are essential to a thriving academic institution. So I look forward to the conversation today, and I will turn it over to Provost Brown for his efficient presentation. Thank you, Provost Brown.
Thank you, President Drake. Provost Brown, I look forward to your presentation. Take it away.
Thank you, Vice Chair Estolano, and thank you, President Drake, and members of the board. I'll be as efficient as I can. California Proposition 209 went beyond federal law to prohibit all consideration of race, sex, color, ethnicity, national origin in the operation of public education. And that includes, but is not limited to admissions. It includes financial aid, employment, and contracting. As a consequence, the proposition eliminated some tools that the university had previously employed to achieve institutional diversity, as President Drake indicated, in the context of historical, enduring, and conspicuous social inequities. Today's presentation and item were developed at the request of the Public Engagement and Development Committee, as well as the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, and I am happy to present this to this board. The purpose of the primer, of the written primer, was to understand the impact of 209 on areas important to UC institutional diversity, what the university has done to advance institutional goals within the constraints of 209, and what we might be able to do and be able to do better should Proposition 16 pass. This oral presentation will be followed by a presentation by the General Counsel, which will address the legal landscape that will govern the university if Proposition 209 is repealed. And I will ask the regents and that item will ask the regents to approve a new regents policy prohibiting quotas or caps in university contracting, employment, and admissions. I've been before this board many times to discuss diversity in student admissions, so we're not going to focus our presentation on that area today. And I have invited, in case there's questions about that, Executive Director of Undergraduate Admissions, Han-Miyu Wu, and Executive Director of Student Financial Support, Sean Brick, to address questions that you might have with respect to undergraduate admissions and financial aid. But we have focused so much on those areas. And together, we have often discussed the importance of advancing faculty diversity, work directly, and some of that work has been directly supported by the legislature. And we are having some success. So I'm not going to focus on that area of presentation, but I have asked Vice Provost Carlson, Susan Carlson, to address any additional questions you might have there. But today, in terms of presenting, I have invited Interim Vice President for System-Wide Human Resources and Associate Vice President and Chief Risk Officer, Cheryl Lloyd, who you've heard here before, to discuss achieving greater inclusivity with respect to staff diversity of the leadership, staff leadership ranks, diversity of those ranks. And I have also invited William Cooper, Associate Vice President and Chief Procurement Officer of the university, to discuss increasing supplier diversity. And I have also invited Lauren Friedman, Interim Executive Director of Capital Asset Strategies and Director of Design and Construction, to discuss diversifying our contractors. Please note, particularly with respect to those two presentations, UC has a direct role to play in contributing to the development of regional and statewide economies, not only in the businesses UC creates through its tech transfer and commercialization activities, not only through the talent development that we engage in as a result of the education we offer, but also through the small businesses that UC supports or doesn't. And how we do that can not only lower the cost structure of the university, but most vitally, diversify the ecosystem of businesses throughout the state. And that is important to the long-term future of the state. So with that said, I will turn you now into the hands of Interim VP Cheryl Lloyd for her remarks.
And Ms. Lloyd and the rest of the team that's going to present, I think it'd be great if we could conclude the presentation by 1, so we have quite a bit of time for the regents to interact with the presenters, if that's okay with you. So that gives you about 19 minutes. Take it away, Cheryl.
All right, my remarks are very brief. So thank you, Provost Brown. As we think about the possibilities of a post-Proposition 209 world, when it comes to diversifying staff, it is important to also consider opportunities that are available to us, whether or not Proposition 16 passes. Unfortunately, data reflecting staff diversity prior to Proposition 209 was unavailable for this report. However, we have provided 10 years worth of data on all staff groups that provide a clear picture of the slow progress some staff of color have made over time. Fully diversifying UC leadership requires stated intention and deliberate, focused action. There is opportunity, even without the passage of Proposition 16, to leverage specific strategies that would yield desired results. Those strategies include create a staff advisor programs at the campus location level, a staff equity advisor program at the staff location at the campus locations level as a way to ensure diverse candidate pools for MSP and SMG recruitment and selection. Develop or enhance coaching / mentorship or sponsorship programs with the intention of building leadership pipelines and supported access to promotional opportunities. Having MSP and SMG leaders being held accountable through their goals and performance evaluations for efforts to improve diversity of their teams. It must be weighted in such a way as to affect consideration for merit adjustments and or incentives. And I believe I heard Regent Oakley suggest such in the accountability report presentation this morning. The passage of Proposition 16 may allow for consideration of protected status as one of many factors in the recruitment and selection process for leadership positions. Enhancing the makeup of university leadership is one way to signal to potential students, faculty, and staff that the University of California is committed to the value of reflecting the communities we serve. So with that, I'll now turn it over to Associate Vice President and Chief Procurement Officer, William Cooper, for his remarks.
Thank you, Interim Vice President Lloyd. The small business community, which includes the vast majority of minority businesses, is the engine of our state's economy. 99.8% of California businesses are small and employ 48.8% of California's private workforce. For every $100 spent at a small business, approximately $68 stays in California. Contracting with and procuring from small and diverse businesses creates and sustains jobs that strengthen our economy. Prior to Prop 209, we were able to transparently recognize and address race and gender inequalities of business opportunity through the application of bid preferences, discounts, or set-asides for minority and women-owned business enterprises. With the hopeful repeal of Prop 209, we will again be able to utilize these critical contracting considerations. The reality is that race and gender specific problems cannot be fully solved by race neutral means. But that's a glimpse of past reality and future hope. More importantly than the past and the future is the present. What can we do now to help a small and diverse business community decimated by COVID-19? The rate of minority business closures is astounding. UC Santa Cruz research reports that from February 1st through mid-April, 440,000 of the 1 million African-American owned businesses in the nation had closed for good, a 41% plunge in just 2.5 months. Likewise, 32% of Latinx businesses and 26% of Asian-owned businesses had closed permanently. We believe it imperative that UC immediately extend a lifeline to our small business community, whose revenue from commercial customers has woefully reduced. Accordingly, effective September 1, we implemented a small business set-aside program, no race or gender preference, which requires that wherever practicable, all purchases and contracts for goods and services between $10,000 and $250,000 be awarded to a certified small or disabled veteran business enterprise. However, full policy compliance is not expected until March 2021 to afford campus procurement functions reasonable time to assimilate these new requirements on top of the numerous other COVID-19 operational challenges they face. With the implementation of the UC Small Business Set-Aside Program, we hope to notably increase the utilization of predominantly small, minority, and women-owned business enterprises, regardless of the passage or defeat of Prop 16. Thank you, and now my colleague, Interim Executive Director Lauren Friedman, will provide her remarks.
Thank you, AVP Cooper. The metrics that are collected on the inclusion of small business enterprises and disabled veterans business enterprises do not begin to tell the story of the impacts that Proposition 209 has had on the ability of diverse businesses to participate in our design and construction processes. Our ability to track participation is incomplete as reporting is voluntary. Compliance with state law limits our area of focus. And while campus and system-wide outreach to the design and construction industries provide awareness of our existence as an owner and presents a general introduction to the extensive portfolio of work that we do, we really need to do more. We need to make a bigger system-wide commitment to provide the awareness, tools, and training necessary to improve diversity and the participation of potential proposers and bidders. So much has been accomplished in spite of the challenges of Proposition 209 at our campuses. The university's success in reaching underrepresented groups has been impressive. The importance and long-term positive social impacts of inclusion are evident. The importance and the impacts of inclusion do not end with graduation. With over $1.8 billion of design and construction projects in 2018 to 2019 alone, the university provides a great resource for opportunity to the workforce. As a system, we need to expand on access to these opportunities, to open closed doors through improved and more focused networking and training to the design and construction communities. The businesses that we would like to attract are oftentimes small businesses without the resources and experience that a larger firm might have to respond to the detailed requirements of our pre-qualification, request for qualification, proposal, and bidding processes. An effort to provide guidance on how to maneuver through what could be seen by the uninitiated as a seemingly complex process could do a lot to provide access. If Proposition 16 is successful, it will allow us to implement a more focused outreach. As an architect and as a beneficiary of affirmative action, I can attest that it can create long-term change, not only in access to areas that were previously not accessible, but to change perceptions and to permanently open a closed door. Thank you, and now we'll turn it back to Provost Brown.
Hope that was efficient enough. We are in your hands, Regent Estolano.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that brief presentation. I'm looking at the queue. I know that Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis is in the queue, as well as Regent Lansing, followed by Regent Oakley. Lieutenant Governor?
Thank you so much, Chair Estolano. I appreciated that presentation, and it is amazing how quickly you can really summarize the impact that Prop 209 has had on California. I don't know that there is any greater conflict in the system than our highest goals of inclusion and compliance with Proposition 209. When back in the 90s, I was a relatively young Democratic activist. I was out campaigning against it. The arguments were, of course, that this is somehow going to make things more fair. In our efforts, as we just heard, and I think as we all can attest, to be inclusive and find those underrepresented groups in order to increase representation, we have had to work around a law that is intended to stop us from being inclusive. This is an extraordinary moment that we have. And of course, we all know that, and we had the vote already to endorse Prop 16. But I just wanted to also speak up and say that this is not going to be easy. PPIC came out with a poll that was released just in the last few days that shows that, generally speaking, when people hear affirmative action, they think of that still as something that is unfair. So we are going to really have to work hard. And as regents of the University of California in our own capacity and all the other capacities that we represent, I just want to put out that call to everyone that anything that you can help to support this. I truly believe that the passage of Prop 16 and the effect that it will have on the legal structure of our state is mission critical to us at the University of California. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I have now Regent Lansing, followed by Regent Oakley, and then Regent Mawakil.
Well, I'll be very brief because Lieutenant Governor, actually, Eleni said pretty much what I was going to say, but I'll just emphasize on it for 2 minutes. I think we all know that the board voted for this, so we're all dedicated to making it happen. But I was horrified at the poll that came out yesterday. And you can say it's just a poll, but when you get numbers like this, they have to be taken seriously. Then only 31% of Californians supported this. 22 were undecided, but 47% were opposed. I think largely that's because people don't understand it or misunderstand it. So I think the greatest thing we can do is advocacy, as Eleni Kumawaka said. And I think that we must, as a board, start to advocate individually and help others, because otherwise it's not going to pass. And so we will be sitting here with the same problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Lansing. Regent Ortiz Oakley, followed by Regent Mawakil and Staff Advisor Jeffrey.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Of course, I echo the Lieutenant Governor's comments as well. We need to be very clear about how passage of Prop 16 would impact the University of California, how it would improve access to, not take away from, for all Californians. I think it's very important that we drive that message home. This is about improving access, not taking away from any one demographic group in the state. We benefit by having all Californians participate equally in the University of California, as well as throughout society. But regardless, we have to be prepared to move forward to improve the diversity of the University of California, regardless of what happens with any proposition. Prop 16 is not a silver bullet by any means. So we have to continue to go down this road, regardless of what happens at the ballot box in November. And, God forbid, a lot of things go wrong in November. We have to keep marching forward and continue to improve the University of California. And my final comment is a question. We've heard a lot about small businesses and how we interact with small businesses, but we also have an opportunity through tech transfer, through our programs that we have where we are working directly with entrepreneurs, whether it be in the business schools, whether it be in the biosciences. We have an opportunity to attract and work with startups that may be primarily female owned, minority owned. We need to find ways to increase that pipeline as well. Because if Silicon Valley is any measure of how well we're doing with diversifying the pipeline of entrepreneurs, we're not doing very well. So we have a role in that as well, and I hope we take that opportunity. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Regent Oakley. Student Regent Mo Akil, followed by Staff Advisor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Regent Estolano, and thank you for the brief presentation. Just want to say as an initial remark and then a question that issues that we're currently experiencing related to racist policies meant specifically to disenfranchise specific subsets of the population cannot be fixed with colorblind and race-neutral policies. Try as we might, and we have, and I take my hat off to the efforts of the University of California to rectify historical wrongs, but we are to a degree hamstrung by our inability to directly focus on the issues at hand. So I would love to see that issue addressed. And this is one means by which it can be. As a question potentially to Provost Brown, I'd love you to remark specifically on the potential revenue sources from a pragmatic perspective. What are the opportunities for additional revenue streams, specifically as related to alumni donations, as well as direct funding allocations from the state that will be possible were the constraints imposed by Prop 209 removed?
I appreciate the question. I wish I had a good answer. I don't have a good answer. I do know that nationwide, there are a number of philanthropic bodies that see the same problems that you described, Regent Muwakil, and want to invest in solutions. And in other states, they're able to engage in those solutions because they do involve targeting where the problem is. And but we can only address those concerns more obliquely and indirectly here in the state. So I know that's only partially responsive to you. Maybe my other colleagues have better answers. And certainly our president, who is very knowledgeable about the national and international scene here, he may have some things to say. I'm limited in terms of what I know and can speak to.
I'm not sure if President Drake wants to respond.
I can make a quick answer, and I'll just say that I had the opportunity to work in California before and then after Proposition 209, and then work in a state where affirmative action was a part of what we used on a daily basis. And I will say that its biggest impact really was in the contracting and providing of opportunity for people in business to come and work with this, and on our projects, some of which we have multi-billions of dollars of projects over the years. So there were a great number of minority and women-owned firms who were able to supply, work on our projects, be our suppliers, et cetera. So it really did help to diversify the impact, the economic impact. What we've done in California and what we actually did there was use a broader holistic approach to some of the things we wanted to do to be able to reach students. And we were able to make more progress there. So an affirmative action, an allowance in affirmative action wouldn't make quite as much difference there as it would in these places where we're prohibited per se. We did find that there were limits and we had to be creative about outreach. And so we were creative about outreach. We were creative about scholarship programs. And those are the places where we'll still have to continue to be creative, no matter what happens in November.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff Advisor Jeffrey, followed by Regents Anguiano and Lieb, and I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. And I particularly want to thank you for focusing on career development for staff. I appreciate that very much. It was a good section and a good presentation, and I like a lot of what is being proposed here. We've started to do more implicit bias training prior to recruitment for MSP leadership positions, and it's been really very handy. And there are a couple of great programs on leadership programs focused on staff of color. They're maybe a little they're just nascent. So they need to be scaled up perhaps to really be effective. Just two comments on the section here. One on the suggestions on promotion. I think it would be great if that could be a little bit nuanced to be enabling instead of bureaucratic. There are a lot of positions that we have a lot of trouble recruiting for, and to have to go through an internal recruitment process first might be really counterproductive. And then the other section on accountability, I think, is wonderful. I would like to point out that we do have a fair number of faculty supervisors and managers. And so to the extent that the academic side of the house could think about how to promote this kind of culture and dedication on the parts of our faculty, I think that would be very useful. And then lastly, development. I think generally there has not been a very robust development program for managers throughout the UC. Many of us just had to kind of find our own way. And so I think that programs and coaching for managers on how to help people create development plans and how to effectively coach their employees would also be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Regent Anguiano, then Regent Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I actually wanted to reinforce what Staff Advisor Jeffrey said. I think it's, we have a pipeline, a very clear pipeline in our staff, but that diminishes greatly when you get to the the senior management group. And so I'd like to, I think there's a lot of things we can do within the within our current law structure, regardless of whether the law changes, that I think we need to be focused on increasing the diversity on the senior manager group. I also think that there's a lot we can do on outreach. We actually had a great item on the Academic and Student Affairs Committee yesterday when we talked about the great work that outreach actually does in terms of inclusion at the university, but when they're operating at a fraction of the budget that they had in the past, and we wonder why we're not getting that diversity. I mean, it seems to me we need to be investing in programs that are currently within the bounds of the law, and we know to work. So I just wanted to make those two comments.
Thank you. Regent Lee, followed by Regent Stigura and Lott.
Good afternoon, Provost Brown. This question is kind of directed to you, or it might be Vice President Gulott as well. After 209 passed, our diversity numbers went way down. It was, as these charts mentioned. But one of the things that UCOP did was starting, and through the campuses, the early academic outreach programs and the MESA programs that actually go into our high schools. And we learned about this at our public engagement and development committee meeting when we went down to Horace Mann High School in Los Angeles and saw some of the money that is being put into these local high schools to help our underrepresented minorities get to a point where they are able to come to the UC. My question to you is this. Those programs were at one point funded far greater than they are today. And I know that Vice President Gulott had mentioned this before. I'd like you to comment on that, because if for example, Prop 16 does not pass, we continually have this problem, and whether it passes or doesn't pass, it doesn't matter. I think these programs are the most important programs we can do, and yet our funding has gone down by 50%. So maybe you could talk to us a little bit about the history of those programs in terms of their funding levels, where they are today, where they were at one point.
I didn't ask Vice President Gulott to join us, and she's lived the details and the ups and downs. I will tell you, this isn't my first rodeo of being up in the office of the president. At one time, I was Board's chair, which actually oversees admissions and outreach. And although Yvette is on the call, and so maybe we can invite her to speak. And I've had a lot of contact with Yvette over the years. One of the concerns that when I took this job, I made a commitment that I would do if I could do it in any way, shape, or form, was I was aware of the ups and downs of investment in outreach activities. And I made a promise to myself that if I could do anything, I would keep that whole no matter what was going on. And until this year, and we've had some huge cuts in the office of the president. I'm not going to belabor that. I have protected those programs. I couldn't grow them, but I could keep from reducing them. That has been a personal commitment for me. And I do believe those programs have appreciated it, but I'd rather be in a place to grow them, Regent Lee, honestly. And I do want to devote myself to how we can do that with private philanthropy, with development activity, even at the system-wide level and in partnership with the campuses, because all of them believe in this too. I've listened to all the chancellors. They're all committed to this. We just need to follow up that commitment with structural institutional commitments, and those are the things that I'm convinced invested in building. Yvette, is there more you'd like to say, if you're able to get in?
Sure, thank you, Provost Brown. I would only add to Regent Lee's specific question about the change in funding. After Proposition 209 passed, the university received about $85 million to essentially both continue its existing programs for students like early academic outreach that you mentioned, the MESA program in Puente, but also to build a new apparatus for greater support and engagement with schools. We experienced a decline in that funding, about 50% of that funding, and I want to say 2003, 2004, and then subsequent declines as the university's budget has been reduced over time. So that $85 million is now about $24 million. So in terms of service, it's about $250 per student annually that the university reaches. So our campuses and system-wide do extraordinary work with those dollars, but our capacity does not in any way meet the demand. And as California's population has continued to grow and diversify, and as students have moved out of areas, urban centers, and into more suburban areas, our ability to reach those students has been impacted. So it is both the decline in funding, but it's also the implication as populations move around that the university can't reach the students where they are.
And if I may, that 85 million was the product of a negotiation between then Speaker Villaraigosa and then Governor Pete Wilson in the wake of Prop 209, and it's gone down as has been expressed over the years. And perhaps this is an area where we can engage some of the ex officio members of the board to see if there's a possibility of finding a way to claw back some of the funding we've lost over the years in this area.
And that's what my point, I think my point, Chair Perez, is that I had known about this figure of, from 80 to 24, and it just seems like such the wrong avenue to go when we need so much more. So I would encourage us to, in our next budget process, to really see how we can increase that number. Thank you.
Okay, so I have Regent Stigura, followed by Regents Estelano and Butler, and then I think that's going to wrap up this item. So Regent Stigura.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. All good information. I'm going to go back to a point that Regent Mawakil raised about what do you think the revenue impact for alumni donations would be if Prop 16 passed? And obviously nobody can come up with a dollar number. But I just want to say I'm hearing anecdotal evidence that there are diversity constituent groups in the alumni world that are energized by the possibility of Prop 16 passing. And, clearly the alumni base is looking less and less like me and more new generation. And those numbers will continue to grow one way or the other. So going forward, I think it's whether Prop 16 passes or not. And this is something that we're going to be talking about at the next Public Engagement and Development Committee meeting. It's a matter of the university system-wide and the alumni sense being responsive to the needs of alumni, whoever they are, wherever they are, and whatever they look like. And so whether 16 passes or not, we would have, I hope, some increased engagement in that regard from alumni. Regardless, whether alumni are donating or not, I think that this whole conversation has also put a spotlight on how we treat alumni volunteers. And I know at least in my local campus, we're paying more attention to making sure that volunteers receive implicit bias training and are brought along, along the volunteer routes that way as well. So I appreciate the question, Regent Mawakil, and time will tell. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Regent Estolano, Regent Butler, and then Regent Lott.
Great, thank you. First of all, Provost Brown and the team that did presentation and wrote the report, it's very well done. The written material is very well done. I know we didn't spend a ton of time in the presentation talking about students, but I want to commend you for the nuances that you captured, particularly in two regards. One is this notion, and I think Yvette touched on this notion of African Americans. I'm an urban planner, right? So I follow this stuff pretty closely. African Americans out-migrating from expensive urban cores to suburban and more outlying areas, making it much more difficult with our diminished resources to recruit them, right? So if you're doing a workaround that's about trying to drop in resources to where the highest concentration is, it doesn't actually work for African Americans. It'd be much more efficient to actually target African Americans where they live, right? If you could be honest about what you're trying to do. So I think that's one thing that it's really important to note, that if Prop 16 passes, may make it more efficient for us to use the resources that we have. Secondly, I also want to note on the financial aid discussion, that discussion about the importance of looking at, rather than using income as the basis, rather than wealth, is very important. There have been a number of studies over the last several years that have documented the enormous disparity in wealth between Black folks and white folks, right? And can directly trace that to the legacy of slavery. So, and institutionalized racism, anything from being denied access to home ownership opportunities, redlining, even down to where you're able to buy goods and services. All of that very well documented in The Color of Law. So I commend that to anybody that has any concerns that there might not be such a thing called structural racism. Our UCLA professor has documented that very, very well. So that change, I'm not sure how we can go about that, but it's a really important, it's subtle, but a critical element. Okay, so I do a couple things that I also want to point out. The notion of trying to create an incentive structure and accountability related to senior management group. We always throw around SMG and PMS and I don't know what else. Anyway, kidding. But what we are talking about is the most senior executives on our campuses in the office of the president, holding them accountable for actually creating outcomes related to a workforce and a series of managers that look like the state of California is very important. So I think that's another thing to outline. Then lastly, I want to talk about contracting, which was the main focus of the presentation by Mr. Cooper. Thank you. Those numbers are much worse than I even knew. Much, much worse. And I think it's a testament to the fact that this is a university, and so our focus is about the students and then to some degree about the staff and the faculty, right? But not thinking really about our economic engine. And so if nothing else, this discussion today has focused us like a laser, particularly now, given COVID and the decimation of small businesses up and down the state. particularly small businesses are really the entree point for a lot of people of color, particularly immigrants, Black Americans, being able to move up, have less access to capital, less ability to navigate complicated contracting processes. So to that point, Mr. Cooper, I would recommend that as you are thinking through whatever happens to Prop 16, we need to focus on this. And you will have a strong ally on this board in me. But I would recommend that we focus particularly on some very successful programs. And where is Lauren Friedman? LA Metro has done a tremendous job on the contracting and procurement, particularly around construction, but also in consulting services, where they have defined and pre-qualified SBEs. They've set a target, a goal for a percentage spend of primes, that primes have something like 30% of their spend be for SBEs. And then when they do a procurement, and as they progress through the year, if they see that they're not hitting that goal, then they will limit that next procurement to only the SBE pool until they get closer to the goal. And that actually levels the playing field a bit. So I'm not going to get into all the details here, and you all may already be aware of that program, but Phil Washington and Shalonda Brown at LA Metro have done a tremendous job addressing this very issue. We at the University of California need to be doing nothing less than what LA Metro is doing on this point, because we are such an important engine of growth and can really make the difference for small minority women-owned businesses being able to actually move up the ladder, right? These are terrific businesses, and we really need to level the playing field. So actually, I want to ask Mr. Cooper and Ms. Friedman if you're aware of that program, and if that's something that, if it's something you'd like to learn more about, I'd be happy to connect you.
Yes, Regent Estolano, it's great that you mentioned those two, because actually, besides the State Department of General Services, it is the LA Metro program, Small Business Set-Aside program, that we are modeling our program directly after.
Great, good to hear. What did you say, Ms. Friedman, $1.8 billion spent since 2018 on construction? We got to address that. So thank you very much. That concludes my concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Regent Butler, followed by Regent Lott.
Thank you, Chair. And I will be so brief. I had a real curiosity, Provost Brown, in the written material. On page 9, where the document really is talking about the status of financial aid pre-209 and post-209. The curiosity that I have is a note that was made that in an assessment in 2001, 5 years after the passage of Proposition 209, there was $11 million in financial aid that was held. But in the section that speaks to financial aid post-209, there is not an articulation that adds of what happened in financial aid that adds up to that $11 million. So if somebody could help me to understand, is that $11 million, has it been reimagined with the gift givers? Is that $11 million sort of moved to other projects? Where is that money, and how do we, if it exists, like how are we dealing with that? Because Regent Muwakil asked about revenue streams, and it just feels, and we have so many students that we hear in public comment about the sort of challenges of financial aid. We've had a number of committee conversations about the challenges of financial aid. How do we unlock that? And so I really just had a curiosity that the numbers just didn't add up in a written document.
Sean, if you're on, can you respond to that?
Sure. The $11 million is still with the university. So these are endowments that have criteria that target Proposition 209 prohibited characteristics. But what we do is we administer them in a way that doesn't preferentially advantage the individual student. So, for example, if a campus goes through a selection process using academic merit or financial need and says, okay, these 10 students qualify for a $1,000 scholarship, we just make sure that the scholarship that might be restricted, for example, to women in science, goes to the student who was selected, not on the basis of being a woman, but on the basis of this, whether it's need or financial need or merit. We make sure we match that restricted fund to the student who qualified, but that student qualified for other reasons. So the short answer, though, to your question is we still have that $11 million.
Thank you, Chair. That was all my question.
Thank you. But again, in that, right, we are doing the matching, but it's not consistent with probably the highest and best use that was anticipated at the time of creation of the endowed fund, given the 209 constraints. Is that a fair characterization, Sean? Yes,
and actually I would, sort of tying that back to Regent Muwakil's question and Regent Stigura's comment, we do hear that from our fundraising colleagues that it is more difficult to have those kinds of conversations and raise those dollars with donors who are interested in targeting the money when you have to go through this long explanation of how you can target the money, but it's not going to individually advantage those students. So removing those barriers in 209 would help with, I agree with Regent Stigura, would help with fundraising.
Very good. Thank you. Regent Lott.
Thank you very much for the time. I have two comments. My first comment is meant to address issue raised by Regent Muwakil's question regarding funding sources and specifically on the alumni. Regent Stigura addressed this as well, and really there is an absolute impediment to fundraising in the current state because of the restrictions on how the university can award the funds. So at a minimum, it would make it logistically easier to award funds to address historic inequities. And we hear from our alumni volunteers who are raising scholarships and our donors that this is creating an impediment to manners in which they would like to donate to usually student support. My second comment goes to Regent Lieb's remarks regarding the AOP programs. I am a proud product of those programs implemented when I was an undergraduate student, and this program provided me a pathway to graduate school. In turn, via the program, I was charged with going to local high schools with low UC admissions to help those students become UC eligible. These programs are invaluable and should continue no matter the outcome of the ballot measures, because the need for these programs will persist regardless. Thank you.
Thank you. Provost Brown, that is the entirety of the Regents seeking recognition. Do you or your panel have any final comments before we move to the next agenda item?
I am looking at my colleagues. I am so pleased with the engagement of the Regents on this item. It was a pleasure to present it before you. And we look forward to partnering with you, regardless of the outcome here on Prop 16, to advance the ball. It would be nice to do it with less constraints. But we understand that we're swimming upstream in this space. We have just girded our loins to do that. And we will do it as long as we can. So thank you very much, Chair Pettis.
Thank you. Okay, that completes item B5. We're now moving to item B6, adoption of Regents policy prohibiting the use of quotas and caps in public contracting, employment, and admissions. I will now call on General Counsel Robinson, Senior Counsel Yap, and Sanchez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This item seeks to establish a new Regents policy that would bar the use of quotas and/or caps in university admissions, contracting, and employment. If the item is approved, the policy would clarify the university's position with respect to these particular preferences, regardless of any change in the law. And that would include the possible rescission of Proposition 209. As you know, the university is governed by state and federal law. And under state law currently, it is barred from using any kind of racial or gender preferences in its admissions, employment, or contracting. If Prop 209 were rescinded, the university still would be subject to federal law. And under that law, as interpreted by the courts, race-based quotas and caps repeatedly have been struck down. Accordingly, I would not expect that the adoption of this policy would have any material effect with respect to caps and quotas. But as you discussed during your prior discussion, there are a number of other steps that you may want to take that would not be affected by this policy and for which a rescission of Prop 209 would be useful. Some federal appellate courts, including our own federal appellate court, the Ninth Circuit, have applied a different standard to gender-based preferences, and they apply something called the intermediate level of scrutiny, which is identified and described further in the materials in your book. Accordingly, applying that standard, it is possible, though not likely, in my view, that certain gender-based caps or quotas would be upheld by the courts if Prop 209 were rescinded. The policy before you would apply a consistent standard across the board to both race-based and gender-based caps and quotas, and would bar the assertion of an argument that could be made with respect to gender-based caps and quotas. But again, I think it's not likely that such an argument would prevail in the courts. But that is the principal effect of the policy in front of you. That's all I have. And Elizabeth,
yeah, I mean, I think the secondary effect is that it makes very clear that we do not engage, nor will we engage, in race-based quotas and caps. And it puts us on the record squarely. Seeing no members seeking recognition, I would ask for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. The secretary will call the roll.
Okay, I'm going to pretty much call everyone just to make sure I don't miss anyone, since it's been a while since we did a roll call. So this is for item B6. Anguiano.
Aye.
Anguiano, aye. Blum. Butler.
Aye.
Butler, aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake.
Aye.
Drake, aye. Elliott. Estelano.
Aye.
Estelano, aye. Goober.
Aye.
Goober, aye. Kiefer.
Aye.
Kiefer, aye. Kounalakis. Lansing.
Aye.
Lansing, aye. Lieb.
Aye.
Lieb, aye. Makarishian.
Aye.
Makarishian, aye. Mart.
Aye.
Mart, aye. Muwakil.
Aye.
Muwakil, aye. Newsom. Ortiz Oakley.
Aye.
Ortiz Oakley, aye. Park.
Aye.
Park, aye. Perez.
Aye.
Perez, aye. Riley.
Aye.
Riley, aye. Rendon. Sherman.
Aye.
Sherman, aye. Stigura.
Aye.
Stigura, aye. Suarez.
Aye.
Suarez, aye. Thurman. Zettel.
Aye.
Zettel, aye. Motion is approved.
Thank you. I have an unusual announcement to make. We are now ahead of schedule. So we will now move to item B7, authorization of to join a multi-university member LLC to facilitate licensing of university patent assets. This is scheduled as a 45-minute item, but I anticipate that we should be able to get through it much more quickly than that. I would now like to recognize Provost Brown, Vice President Maldonado, Berkeley Assistant Vice Chancellor Memura, UCLA Associate Vice Chancellor Nayberg. And again, I think we can get through this more quickly than anticipated in the agenda.
Thank you, Regent Perez. I will endeavor to be brief. Good afternoon again, members of the board. I'm pleased to bring you action item B7. This is a request for authorization to join a new multi-university member limited liability company. UC inventors generate a lot of IP. 500 to 600 patents are granted to UC each year. Intellectual property, these are ideas, technologies that have the potential to make a real difference in the lives of people in our society and in our economy. But these inventions need further development and investment in order to realize their potential contributions. Bringing this IP to the attention of those developers and investors, though, is a significant challenge. It is hard for those outside of the university to find their ways to those inventions. Packaging a meaningful set of related intellectual assets can create more value to investors and developers and make it easier for UC's intellectual assets and investors to find each other. So one innovative way of magnifying this potential value proposition is through participation in the proposed multi-university LLC. Here to tell us more is Teresa Maldonado, our Vice President for Research and Innovation. Teresa?
Thank you very much, Provost Brown. Some of you may have adopted a solar energy system for your home or business, but what is the story behind these solar systems? There are literally thousands of US and worldwide issued patents on solar cell and solar panel technologies. Viable solar energy for electricity requires highly efficient and low-cost materials and technologies for how solar energy is collected, converted to electricity, and stored, and then how solar cells are designed, mounted, and linked for assembly into panel arrays. So for a company to develop a next generation solar panel system, quite a few patents are at play, and they are rarely held by the same inventor. Some of this intellectual property has been developed at universities. However, getting university IP licensed to industry, government, or a small startup company is challenging. Typically, what happens is that a single license agreement is negotiated for a single patent. But each license agreement takes considerable time and effort to negotiate and execute, and the process is expensive. Furthermore, the technology advances too quickly for the single patent, single license model, and thus a potential licensee may walk away. So how can we think differently about our approaches to developing and managing IP produced by the University of California? To try to address this question, UC Berkeley and UCLA seek regental authorization to join a new nonprofit, multi-university LLC, that proposes an innovative strategy for licensing and monetizing discoveries, many of which might not otherwise come to market. Our presenter today is Dr. Carol Mamura, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Intellectual Property and Industry Research Alliances at UC Berkeley. And with Dr. Mamura is Mr. Amir Neighborg, who is available for questions. He is the Associate Vice Chancellor for Technology Development Group at UCLA and the CEO and President of the UCLA Technology Development Corporation. Dr. Mamura.
Hello. Thank you, Vice President Maldonado, and thank you to the board for considering our request today. May I have the slide, please? So UC Berkeley and UCLA are here to request your approval to join a new limited liability corporation, an LLC, with 13 other leading nonprofit research institutions. We've banded together to implement a new approach to translating our research discoveries for the benefit of society. The LLC will be
Did we lose her?
I see her moving, but...
The LLC will be comprised exclusively of nonprofit research institutions and will not include any for-profit members. The LLC will create meaningful physical science and engineering patent portfolios of interest to targeted industry sectors. It will operate as follows. First, universities license patents to the LLC. the LLC will then create technology-specific patent portfolios and will market them to prospective licensees by offering commercial sublicenses. Industry sublicensees will be able to elect to sublicense from the LLC either all of the patents in a given portfolio or only a subset of the patents in the portfolio. Sublicenses obtained by companies will generate revenue that's paid to the LLC. Then net sublicensing revenue will be distributed to the members according to the level of their participation in a revenue generating transaction. Now, several documents are required to make this model operational. They've been very carefully crafted and have been approved by UC's Office of the General Counsel and by 13 other prospective members of the LLC. And finally, there are benefits to participating in the LLC going beyond possible revenue generation. These include adoption of a new approach, operating at the industry-university interface that will further enhance our relationships with companies, and demonstration of UC's willingness to try creative new approaches. Well, thank you for your attention, and now we'll turn back to Provost Brown.
That concludes our formal presentation. I want to make sure that did we introduce Amir Neighbor of UCLA that he's available as a part of for the Regents in case there's questions? Teresa?
We did introduce him. I haven't seen him on the.
Correct. So let's proceed with the questions, and if one of the questions aligns with his area of specialty, then we will recognize him for the response.
Great.
First question I have is from Regent Lansing, then Regent Anguiano, and I'll proceed from there.
Well, I actually don't have a question. As most of you know, I've been a regent for 2 decades. This is something that I have wanted for as long as the first year I started. I feel that we have missed tremendous opportunities in not controlling our own destiny and not investing more in our own products and not controlling our intellectual property. And this is something that has been brought up personally by me and other people throughout the last over 2 decades, actually. So I think this is fantastic. And I'm not going to try and stop the questions, but I would so enthusiastically like to move this item.
Thank you.
The item has been moved. It's been moved and seconded. That is not a effort to limit discussion.
No, it isn't. It's just
to get us on the record that we have an active item.
And then I'm just passionately excited about it. That's all.
Okay. Regent Anguiano, then Regent.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm also very supportive. I think this is the right type of agreements we should be entering. I did have just a couple clarifying questions. I want to make sure I understand it. So how will the revenue distribution work? Is that negotiated transaction by transaction, or is there like an overarching type of participation framework? 2, did I read correctly that there's no one running the day-to-day LLC and it'll just be run through a law firm? And then my third question is, there was a note in the item about UCLA or Berkeley not being on, or perhaps like not being on the board, if that would make it easier. And I'm just wondering why we would not want one of our 2 institutions to be on the board. So.
Carol, I think you're the best one to answer all 3.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So on the first point, patents will be licensed into the LLC, and then technology-specific portfolios will be created and sublicensed, and will generate revenue that will come back to the LLC, and then 15% will be distributed to all universities who participate. 20% to universities who contributed patents to the relevant pool that generates revenue, 45% to the universities whose patents generate revenue across all royalty-bearing licenses, 8% to universities who approve litigation. And at UC, we cannot pre-approve litigation. If there is a proposal to sue an entity and for UC to be joined as a necessary party in an infringement suit, that decision is made with the facts in hand by the regents at the time. There's no pre-approving at UC. And finally, 12% is held in reserve for legal and other expenses of the LLC. And the second question, a law firm retained by the entity will do the licensing and has done the hard work of working with the university owners that will contribute patents to arrive at that specific sublicense that will be used for out-licensing bundled patents from the LLC to companies. And on the third one, while there will be a rotating board of 5 university members, it's still to be determined if one of the UC campuses will be a board member based on our state and university conflict of interest laws. We simply haven't delved deeply into that question yet to make a final determination. We do expect to be invited to serve at some point, however.
Very good. So I have Regents Park, Lieb, Oakley, Kiefer, Cohen, and Mart. Regent Anguiano, did that satisfy your request?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Regent Park.
Thank you, Chair Perez. So I think this is just a really interesting, intriguing entity that you are going to join, with the approval of this item. There's so much that we can learn. I mean, even if it doesn't yield the revenues that we hope it will, I think that there's such a big value proposition in taking part in this. And the work group that Regent Lieb is chairing, several regents are participating in, and that Carol, you and Amir have really added tremendous value to our learning. This is exactly the kind of thing that we want to be promoting to advance to the next level. I just want to lay down a marker that I would really love to have you come back to tell us what is happening, what has been learned, right? Because we have a much more vast enterprise, right, to try to lift up and propel and get greater value out of. So I also just want to thank Provost Brown and Vice President Maldonado for their efforts in bringing this item forward. I think it's really exciting, and I look forward to hearing more about it when it comes to fruition. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Regent Lieb, then Regent Oakley.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention to Regent Lansing, who talked about the fact that she was very interested in this. I know Regent Makarishian has also been interested in this for many years. Because of our chair, John Perez, he appointed me chair of the working group on innovation, transfer, and entrepreneurism. And I just want regents to know that we have 4 regents on currently, which includes Regent Moakil, our vice chair is Regent Park, and our vice board chair, Regent Estolano, are all on this group. And we meet with the 2 chancellors, one from UCSD and one from UCLA, Block and Khosla. And we also have 4 other subject matter experts. And we have learned a lot about this LLC during this time. I think it's a very exciting opportunity for us. We really are at the precipice of doing some great work on this. And I appreciate Dr. Maldonado and Provost Brown bringing this item forward and having us enter into this. And I think we have some exciting things that we'll be continuing to delve into. We've had the opportunity to have Carol and Amir come to our meetings many times. There's so much innovation going on the campuses. We're just excited to have this. And I think this is another tool in the toolbox for us to use. And I look forward to hearing about the results of it as we go through. So thank you.
So just a point, thank you so much, Regent Lieb and Chair Perez and everyone that's on the committee. And I didn't write down everyone's names. I'm extraordinarily grateful to all of you for your hard work into making this happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Oakley, then Regent Kiefer.
Yes, I'll try to be brief. This is, to me, it's exciting as well, but I'm also a little bit concerned about some of the things I heard. One is, well, first, can someone tell me, do we have a breakdown of the percentage of overall patents that are generated by the partners in the LLC? Where does Berkeley and UCLA stand in terms of overall percentage of patents issued?
This construct was put together in order to try to license our previously unlicensed issued patents. And if they had been licensed already in a field of use, to make sure of every potential market by allowing the pool to sublicense them. So we actually have a small number, I'm going to say less than 15 patent families between UCLA and UC Berkeley that we are intending to license in to the LLC in 2 areas, autonomous vehicles and connectivity. Certainly Berkeley will have more when we roll out the batteries portfolio. And you know, we have so much corporate sponsored research at Berkeley. Over 1,400 companies sponsor research at Berkeley, and they have the first right to obtain an exclusive license to the IP that their funding generated. So we don't have a huge inventory of unmarketed IP rights, and we have a very small patent budget. So we don't have the inventories that some of the others have. I know one other university is down around the numbers for the first 2 technology areas where we are cumulatively at UC Berkeley and UCLA, but we can always see how it goes and contribute more. Another benefit of this is that if we were going to allow a patent to go abandoned, because after a patent issues in the US, we have to pay maintenance fees at 3.5, 7.5, 11.5 years. Let's just say in year 10, we hadn't already found a licensee. Had we intended to abandon that, we could ask the pool if they want to pay the 3rd maintenance fee and then see if they could bundle it with other patents and license it to generate revenue. And it kind of saves a patent that might otherwise not even have been maintained as an issued patent.
Okay, well, that makes a little bit more sense, because it always makes me nervous when I hear that we would not have a seat on the board of the LLC, considering how many patents our 2 campuses generate. I would hope that we exercise every ounce of influence whenever we can, and never leave that on the sideline for any reason. The other question I have is there any thought to partnering with the other programs in the university, such as the graduate schools of management that are working on supporting venture funds and venture funding, and maybe marry the 2 at some point to see if some of the work that our students are doing may influence some of the patents that are being licensed through the LLC?
There is an opportunity for the other UC campuses to seek to join the corporation. The way we have it set up, they would be invited to join, and then they could join with a 2/3 vote of the corporation. As I said, we haven't cleared our ability to have board seats, but over the last 4 years, we have put in everything we wanted into the package of agreements that established this model. And it definitely protects our interest, and it addresses all of our previous experiences with other pools that really haven't worked out for various reasons. We've brought all of our learnings to bear on this. So even if we aren't allowed due to conflict of interest or tax implications, something like that, to be on the board, we've definitely influenced the design and the legal contracts. And then as for involvement of our campus-facing funds and graduate programs, we are enlisting our campus-facing funds and some internal funds at the campus to help us to make better returns on equity that we take in our startup agreements, and also equity that we receive from companies in exchange for access to facilities on campus, such as incubators and accelerators and certain services. And that's a distinct area, because in those cases, we own the shares of the company. we have co-investment rights to invest X% of every round of financing. And we need to come up with the money to do that so that at acquisition or IPO, those shares have meaningful value. Were you referring to graduate student research programs that
No, what I was
generate?
referring to is, for example, at UCLA or some of our other business schools, students have developed their own venture funds. They're investing in startups. So I think the more that we can find ways to support those programs, great. But again, I think you answered most of my question, which is, let's, to the extent that we can, let's make sure that we are accessing the equity being created in some of these startups and benefiting from it.
Yeah, I can just add that we between UCLA and UC Berkeley, we will contribute to this initial pool 15 patents out of 200. So at the moment, we're not too eager to join the board. Obviously, if our cumulative share will increase, then our motivation to actually sit on the board and direct its activity will be bigger.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Regent Kiefer, followed by Regents Mart, Stigura, Sherman, and then we will go to a vote.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a terrific idea. A couple of questions that were partly answered by Regent Oakley's question, and that is, I don't want to sound critical. I don't mean to be critical at all, but I only caught it, briefly, that this is really after the campuses have exhausted their own efforts largely, it sounds like. And to that extent, it may be a little provocative way of saying it, is this less than what it seems? We're really not dealing with the bulk of UC's, LA's, or Berkeley's patents. That's one part of this. Secondly, I was concerned until then about the involvement of the other campuses in this. But I would guess the other campuses, if you could talk a little bit more about their engagement in this and what they have been thinking about in terms of their own involvement here, why or why not, and why or why not at the beginning of the enterprise.
Right. One important question that we're trying to answer in creating this new LLC is, if universities have little bits and pieces, incremental improvements over the prior art sitting in their inventories of unlicensed patents, if we put them together and present them to industry in a way that solves a problem and that they can license with one single contract, will those suddenly become licensable? So it's really, the question is, will this create a synergistic effect? If we have been unable to license one piece because it's only going to be 1/2000th of the patents in a cell phone, then a company might not have even found that patent or bothered to come and license it from us. But if we're giving them 25 relevant patents that helps them with implementation of 5G, suddenly something that was a very small incremental improvement might have a strong value proposition for them. That is one hypothesis, the synergistic effect. And the other is that the formation so far has been a confidential process. The other universities in the other campuses within UC haven't been involved because it was set up sort of by invitation only by the conveners of the idea. And it took a long time, even among 15 campuses, to do something to launch. But certainly there could be an opportunity for others to join, as I mentioned before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Kiefer. Regent Mart.
Sorry, fell asleep at the switch. Actually, Regent Ortiz-Oakley's questions got to my concern. I was wondering if other groups or other universities or departments could join, and it sounds like there's a mechanism for doing that. And also, if someone wants to withdraw, is there a mechanism for doing that? And it's a terrific idea, so good luck, but that's all I had.
Taking the second question first, there is a major decision point 3 years after launch to evaluate the success and possibly to withdraw. There is a theoretical possibility of advocating for earlier withdrawal and then going through a vote. But that's a baked in date on which we will just assess. And then on the first one, on others joining, it may simply be that, let's just say a new pool is created in batteries and it's focusing on lithium batteries and very lightweight batteries so that they can have a very long charge in a portable device and be powered for 28 hours. We might look across the existing inventory of issued patents across the US or anywhere for something that we're missing. In fact, this exercise has already been done in part to get to where we are today, and then invite that university to join, and or seek whoever it is who's a researcher superstar, and then look specifically at his or her portfolio to see where synergies might be found.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Regent Martin. Now Regent Stigura, followed by Regent Sherman.
This is what happens when you go far down the queue. Some of my points were already made, so I'll just emphasize them. I did notice in the materials that there is the possibility that the president of our university can authorize other campuses to join, which I think is a great thing because, as you say, every campus has something to offer, but also every campus seems to have some kind of an effort like this. The other thing was kind of along the lines of what you were talking about with Regent Ortiz-Oakley. There are opportunities here for grad student research to come to market too. And, you know, we're talking about a pipeline, you know, hopefully we can keep them on campus and not to some venture off campus just by helping them with their research. The other thing is that campus foundations are increasingly investing in campus startups and campus incubator projects. And so this is another possible revenue source. So keeping that all within the UC, I think is a good thing. I just think the whole idea of the LLC is a great idea, and I'm very happy to see this come forward.
We have noticed that IP licensing to a company often results in other relationships with that same company over, let's say, a decade. They have a license from us, and then they realize they want to hire someone as a consultant. They want to sponsor research in that lab, hundreds of thousands of dollars in that lab, because they're interested in the resultant exclusive license to whatever is invented with their funding. Or they might donate equipment so that when students graduate, they'll be familiar with it. And when they set up their own lab, they'll buy that brand. The IP license absolutely can result in other types of transactions with that company, and it can also broaden those that are involved with creating this IP funnel that results in a pipeline.
That's just one comment on that. It's also a development tool rather than solicit a cash donation. Campuses are soliciting equipment from a particular company that wants the university to work on producing a product or a technique. And so the donation is actually the piece of equipment. And then the lab does what the company couldn't do, you know, so anyway, it's all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Sherman.
Yeah, as a voice my support is a great idea. And I encourage you to coordinate with Jagdeep's office as we have UC Ventures specifically set up to invest in IP that comes out of the UC system. So that's an active component of what they're doing. So thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further members seeking recognition, the motion has been made and seconded. The secretary will call the roll.
Okay, Anguiano.
Aye.
Anguiano, aye. Butler.
Aye.
Butler, aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake.
Aye.
Drake, aye. Elliott.
Aye.
Elliott, aye. Estolano.
Aye.
Estolano, aye. Goober.
Aye.
Goober, aye. Kiefer.
Aye.
Kiefer, aye. Kounalakis. Lansing.
Yes.
Lansing, aye. Lieb.
Aye.
Lieb, aye. Makarishian.
Aye.
Makarishian, aye. March.
Aye.
Mart, I. Muakil?
Aye.
Muakil, I. Ortiz Oakley? Ortiz Oakley, I. Park?
Aye.
Park, I. Perez?
Aye.
Perez, I. Riley?
Aye.
Riley, I. Sherman?
Aye.
Sherman, I. Stigura?
Aye.
Stigura, I. Suarez?
Aye.
Suarez, I. Zettel?
Aye.
Zettel, I. B7 is approved.
Very good. Next, we will move to reconvene the Committee on Finance and Capital Strategies for an item that was deferred from yesterday. That was item F2. So we're dealing with reconsideration of budget scope, external financing, and design following action pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act Theater District Living and Learning Neighborhood for the San Diego campus. There was an extensive discussion around a variety of elements of this yesterday, and I believe a significant narrowing of the item before us. I now turn it over to Chair Makarishian.
Thank you, Chair Perez. Yesterday, I was adamantly against that item, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands that I'm totally for the design of the buildings and the density and the need and everything else. I just wanted to make sure that all the neighbors in the area understand my position, that I'm for this project. The only thing that I was against was the actual dollar figures and also the cost figures and some of the numbers that did not make sense, which the campus and I had extensive conversation today and this morning, and the campus is going to bring back their revised numbers for our November meeting. And so in order to not slow down the process, they agreed that we amend this item to add an additional $5 million to keep the design going, and then later on for November to bring November or any other time that they wish to bring this item back for approval. So F2 as amended is in front of us, and I move the item.
I second.
So Madam Secretary, if you can call the roll.
Okay. This is for this portion, this is just the Finance Committee because we're in Finance Committee. Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake.
Aye.
Drake, aye. Estolano.
Aye.
Estolano, aye. Lieb.
Aye.
Lieb, aye. Makarishian.
Aye.
Makarishian, aye. Muwakil.
Aye.
Muwakil, aye. Park.
Aye.
Park, aye. Perez.
Aye.
Perez, aye. Riley.
Aye.
Riley, aye. And Sherman.
Aye.
Sherman, aye. F2 as amended is approved.
Very good.
And Chair
thank
Perez, that concludes, I believe that concludes the item. Our committee. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the extensive deliberation yesterday. I think it helped to improve the items that came before the committee. So now we will go, we're back in full board, and we will now turn to reports of committee chairs on their meetings yesterday and off cycle. The reports will summarize what was discussed and recommended. You all have the items in your board books as written summary for each committee. The committee chairs may highlight what is in those reports and other points they wish to make. Obviously, except for finance and academic, everything was done concurrently, so the entire board was able to participate in the discussion, even if they weren't voting. So I would only expect that finance and academic may go into more detail than the other committees that operated concurrently. At the conclusion of each committee report, those reports that have actions recommended by the chair, we will call on a motion to adopt those recommendations. A reminder that we will ask for a roll call for each report. First, one of those two concurrent committees was Academic and Student Affairs Committee. I now recognize Regent Aguiano.
Thank you. So we had 4 items in the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. They were all discussion items. And so I'll start with item A1. It was about planning and evaluation of COVID-19 and the academic and student impacts. And so we discussed everything from instructional experience, the students, their mental health. We will continue to track this very, very carefully, but some key items to note for the rest of the members that are not on the Academic and Student Affairs Committee is that new generation students, those including first gen Pell Grant recipients, underrepresented students, have a greater proportion of them who are concerned about the possible effects of COVID-19 will have on their ability to pay bills, meet basic needs, and access healthcare. They also expressed less likelihood to have adequate access to internet and appropriate study space. So we've asked to keep monitoring those things very carefully. We also had the pleasure to hear a presentation from Dean Richard Aram from UC Irvine, who discussed the Irvine's Next Generation Undergraduate Success Measurement Project. And he showed us how the UCs can holistically measure student growth in a variety of areas that track to overall college life and career success. So we look forward to hearing more as that project progresses. And Vice President Brown also assured us the university will continue collecting and analyzing data on remote instruction and student outcomes. So we will continue to monitor that closely. Then there was item A2, and that was on the student academic preparation strategy. So as we discussed earlier today, UC's primary approach to outreach is a portfolio of programs, services, and supports known as SAPEP. And we discussed the critical role of outreach to ensuring UC students represent the full diversity of the state and the fact that the budget for these services have been cut from the high 80s to about 24 million. And we discussed the fact, I think very importantly, that we need to seek ways of getting additional funding, particularly during this challenging economic period. There was discussion about philanthropic opportunities, but also importantly, how the UC budget might reflect additional support for these programs. Again, this is a pretty big issue. Kind of what some of the key facts to know here is that while 6 in 10 of California's public school 12th graders were from underrepresented groups, they only represent 4 in 10 at UC, and also fewer than half of the graduates from California public schools complete the minimum A through G course pattern. So of course, all of these issues are very concerning to the committee, and we'll continue to work on figuring out ways of improving access to A through G. To that end, we had item A3, which was on UC Scout, is UC's online A through G courses to support student academic preparation. So we discussed clearly lots of support from the regents on expanding this program in order to create more access to A through G courses. It's expanded quite dramatically, especially during COVID. It's about 200% surge in enrollment since the onset of COVID and the resulting school closures and the such. I think they're up to about 18,000 students. Again, I think the committee expressed wanting to see a growth and expansion plan for UC Scout at a future committee meeting. And finally, there was A4, update on the undergraduate admissions test feasibility study. This is an item Provost Brown just kind of gave us an update on the fact that the timeline for the steering committee and work group to structure their recommendations on what alternative might be to the SAT there'll be a recommendation to President Drake in December and a report to the regents in January. And there's a website that seeks to track the progress and is updated on a monthly basis for those that want to track it more carefully. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the report. There are no action items that need to be concurred in, as those were all discussion items. Next, we will move to Chair Elliott for the report of the Committee on Compliance and Audits, where we do have action items.
Great, thank you. At the open session meeting on September 16th, the committee had one item for action, and that one item was an amendment of the internal audit charter. It was discussed at the previous meeting, and now it was before us as an action item. There was one amendment made to the change that's reflected in your books to specifically include the chair and vice chair of the Compliance and Audit Committee as individuals that the senior vice president, chief compliance and audit officer will consult with and advise on compliance and audit activities. So I thank Regent Park for that amendment. And that is our report. As I said, one action item, so I would like a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The secretary will call the roll.
Okay, Anguiano,
Aye.
Anguiano, aye. Butler,
Aye.
Butler, aye. Cohen,
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake,
Aye.
Drake, aye. Elliott,
Aye.
Elliott, aye. Estelano,
Aye.
Estelano, aye. Goober,
Aye.
Goober, aye. Kiefer,
Aye.
Kiefer, aye. Kunalakis, Lansing,
Yes, aye.
Lansing, aye. Lieb,
Aye.
Lieb, aye. Makarishian,
Aye.
Makarishian, aye. Mart,
Aye.
Mart, aye. Muakil,
Aye.
Muakil, aye. Ortiz Oakley,
Aye.
Ortiz Oakley, aye. Park,
Aye.
Park, aye. Perez,
Aye.
Perez, aye. Riley,
Aye.
Riley, aye. Sherman,
Aye.
Sherman, aye. Stigura,
Aye.
Stigura, aye. Suarez,
Aye.
Suarez, aye. Zettel,
Aye.
Zettel, aye. Compliance and audit report is adopted.
Thank you. Now the second of the two concurrent meetings, the Committee on Finance and Capital Strategies. Regent Makarishian, you're recognized for your report.
Thank you, Chair Prez. We had a number of items for action items and 3 items for on the discussion. The action item F1 had 3 or 4 F1A, B, C, D, and E, which we recommend approval, and the committee recommends approval of the board. F1A, I'll summarize it. It was preliminary funding for Irvine Campus Medical Complex in Irvine, changing the request for preliminary funding from $35 million to $67 million, which is about $5 million less than the originally asked, and the committee recommends approval of that. And then F1B was preliminary plans funding for external financing, health and behavioral science building, Merced campus. Committee approved, recommends approval of this item. And then F1C, which is approval of design following action pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, Welcome Center building on Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories main campus in Berkeley. And the committee recommends approval of that item. Item F1D was preliminary plans, funding amendment and working drawings, funding scope and external financing of Hillcrest Outpatient Pavilion and parking in San Diego campus. Committee recommends approval of this item as well. All the details of these items and also the details of the drawings, and they're all available on video, and also they're on the record. F1E is conforming amendment to the University of California 2021 budget for state capital improvements and approval of University of California 2021-22 budget for state capital improvements. And, the only change on this item from what it was previously approved was the $7.8 million for Merced Health and Behavioral Science Building, which the committee recommends approval. Then moving F2, as we discussed, right now there was an amendment which there was considerable discussion, and as I stated earlier, the committee approved an additional $5 million for continuing the design until a later time. The campus will bring back this item to us with all of the revised numbers that they will receive subsequent to the preliminary design issues. F3 was the new market tax credit for Dayu downtown San Diego area. There were some concerns regarding the structure of this item, but as you, as well as Regent Stolano, gave the committee comfort that the structure, although is very, very complicated, was something typical that that is done over and over to be able to use the sort of like free equity that's provided in order to get this financing for this project. And so the F4 is a data hub, new academic building, Berkeley campus. The committee, this was just a discussion item, and all of the information is available on the committee, as well as F5, which was UC Davis 2020 Long Range Development Plan for Physical Design and Framework Amendment for Sacramento campus. And again, considerable discussion was regarding this item. This item will come back to the board. Most of the concern that myself and the committee had is the availability of infrastructure, and we were told that that discussion is taking place with the city of Sacramento, and it will be coming back for us. And then update on the 2021 operating budget was done by the CFO, Vice President Borstrom, which I think the committee is going to have extensive discussion on this item at a November meeting with much more information available to us. And that's my report.
Thank you. And do you so move?
I move all of the action items. Yes.
Very good. The item is properly before us. The secretary will call the roll.
Anguiano.
Aye.
Anguiano, aye. Butler.
Aye.
Butler, aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake.
Aye.
Drake, aye. Elliott.
Aye.
Elliott, aye. Estelano.
Aye.
Estelano, aye. Goober.
Aye.
Goober, aye. Kiefer.
Aye.
Kiefer, aye. Lansing. Lansing, aye. Lieb. Lieb, aye. Makarisian.
Aye.
Makarisian, aye. Mart.
Aye.
Mart, aye. Muakil.
Aye.
Muakil, aye. Ortiz Oakley.
Aye.
Ortiz Oakley, aye. Park.
Aye.
Park, aye. Perez.
Aye.
Perez, aye. Riley.
Aye.
Riley, aye. Sherman.
Aye.
Sherman, aye. Stigura.
Aye.
Stigura, aye. Suarez.
Aye.
Suarez, aye. And Zettel.
Aye.
Zettel, aye. Committee on Finance and Capital Strategies report is approved.
Very good. Next is the Governance Committee, which I chaired during our sequential portion of the meeting, so I will be incredibly brief. There were 6 action items. All were adopted as drafted. The first was retroactive approval of athletic contract components that exceeded the September 2008 parameters. The second was incentive compensation using non-state funds for fiscal year 2019-2020 for the Chief Investment Officer and Vice President of Investments. The third was compensation for Martin Germond as Director of Intercollegiate Athletics for the Los Angeles campus. The fourth was amendments to bylaw 21.7, Regents compensation regarding Regents participation in uncompensated university affiliated positions. The fifth was dates for the Regents meetings for the year 2022. The final item was a resolution to exclude access to federal classified information. That concludes the report of the committee, and I so move.
Second.
Very good. The item is properly before us. Madam Secretary, if you would call the roll.
Anguiano.
Aye.
Anguiano, aye. Butler.
Aye.
Butler, aye. Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake.
Aye.
Drake, aye. Elliott.
Aye.
Elliott, aye. Estelano. Goober.
Aye.
Goober, aye. Kiefer.
Aye.
Kiefer, aye. Lansing.
Aye.
Lansing, aye. Lieb.
Aye.
Lieb, aye. Makarisian.
Aye.
Makarisian, aye. Mart.
Aye.
Mart, aye. Muakil.
Aye.
Muakil, aye. Ortiz Oakley.
Aye.
Ortiz Oakley, aye. Park?
Aye.
Park, aye. Perez?
Aye.
Perez, aye. Riley?
Aye.
Riley, aye. Sherman?
Aye.
Sherman, aye. Stigura?
Aye.
Stigura, aye. Suarez?
Aye.
Suarez, aye. And Zettel?
Aye. Okay.
Zettel, aye. Just moving back, Estolano?
I think
Aye.
Estolano, aye.
I could go bankrupt.
Governance committee recommendations are approved.
Thank you. Next, we have Regent Lansing for the Health Services Committee, a report but no action items. Regent Lansing.
Yes, we met off cycle as we always do on August 24th. I think the report is very, very clear, so I'll just do a few sentences to draw your attention to what I feel are the most important. Obviously, the update of COVID-19 and the impact on the university, but you got a great report yesterday, so I feel that you're up to date on all of that. But Dr. Byington also brought us up to date on her meetings with union leaders and staffs to ensure their safety. And we found that most of the COVID cases happened in the break room, which was interesting. So we've taken a lot of safety precautions there. We had a wonderful speaker from Irvine who talked about the aging population and especially safety precautions in nursing rooms. And then we got an update on our responsibility and an overview on responsibilities for health board members. And there were no action items. And I think it's very clear, everything in the report. That's it.
Thank you. And there are no action items here. Do we require a vote to accept the report?
No, thanks.
Okay, very good. And we will move on to Regent Sherman, the Investments Committee.
Yeah, we met on September 15th. We had one item for action and a couple items for discussion. The first item was a review of our fiscal year-end performance, the year-end June 30th. All the details are in the board book. I won't go through each and every one of them. But to note was that since June 30, our assets, total assets under management are up $10 billion. That's inclusive of some loan proceeds, of debt that was sold. It increased our liquidity, recent performance. Here. Report on preliminary foundations and the endowment pool, the CIO's office, and individual campus endowments. So there's some money to be made there should the individual campus foundations have their funds in Oakland. In that.
Am I the only one who's having a hard time hearing him, or is he cutting in and out?
Yeah.
Richard, you're cutting in and out.
Cutting in and out.
So look,
If he,
anyway,
maybe if you turn off your camera,
camera.
Richard, it'll give you bandwidth so we can hear the report.
Okay. So we'll have a meeting. We'll get an update, but campus foundations Oakland for their investment.
Can't hear him.
Richard, can you please turn off your camera? If you shut off your stop video, then your bandwidth should be able to let you be heard at least.
Okay, you hear me better now?
Much better.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll move on to the action item, which was a discussion and approval of the pension asset allocation. You may remember in our previous meeting, we had a similar action item with respect to the general endowment pool. So there are some slight asset allocation. The most significant thing would be that we will increase our allocation to alternative assets with a view to increasing our medium to long-term returns with a very modest increase in risk. And that was approved unanimously by the committee. And the last item was a discussion item, was just an update, which we will do every meeting on our diversity, equity, inclusion, and sustainable investing. First time we saw a very extensive dashboard, which gives us a snapshot, if you will, of where we are on all these measures. So that concludes my report. We had one item for action, as I mentioned. I move the report.
Second.
The item is properly before us. The secretary will call the roll.
Anguiano?
Aye.
Anguiano, aye. Butler?
Aye.
Butler, aye. Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Drake?
Aye.
Drake, aye. Elliott?
Aye.
Elliott, aye. Estelano?
Aye.
Estelano, aye. Goober?
Aye.
Goober, aye. Kiefer?
Aye.
Kiefer, aye. Lansing?
Yes.
Lansing, aye. Lieb?
Aye.
Lieb, aye. Makarishian?
Aye.
Makarishian, aye. Mart?
Aye.
Mart, aye. Muakil?
Aye.
Muakil, aye. Ortiz Oakley?
Aye.
Ortiz Oakley, aye. Park?
Aye.
Park, aye. Perez?
Aye.
Perez, aye. Riley?
Aye.
Riley, aye. Sherman?
Aye.
Sherman, aye. Stigura?
Aye.
Stigura, aye. Suarez?
Aye.
Suarez, aye. And Zettel?
Aye.
Zettel, aye. The Investments Committee recommendation is approved.
Very good. Next is Regent Zettel for a report with no action regarding the National Labs Committee.
Thank you, Chair Perez. At our meeting yesterday, the committee considered only one item for discussion, an overview of the UC National Laboratories Fees Research Program. Vice President for National Laboratories Leisure and Vice President for Research and Innovation Maldonado presented on the Lab Fees Research Program. The program sponsors research collaborations among UC faculty and researchers at the 3 national laboratories and is funded by UC's share of the net fee income earned by the LLCs that manage and operate Lawrence Livermore National Lab and Los Alamos National Lab. Since 2008, more than $170 million has been awarded to support innovative UC research by 575 students and postdoctoral fellows in accelerator research, climate solutions, environmental sciences, clean energy, quantum computing, cybersecurity, and much more. In addition, over $200 million in extramural funding has been secured for this research, which benefits California, the nation, and the world. To illustrate the impact of the program on students, the committee heard an inspirational presentation from Dr. Kimber Moreland, a 2020 graduate of UC Merced and postdoctoral fellow at LLNL, who described her life-changing mentorship and training in carbon research under the auspices of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Zettel. We will accept that report without needing to vote on it. Lastly, Regent Muakil for, again, a report with no action items from the Special Committee on Basic Needs.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Perez. And yes, on Tuesday, the Special Committee for Basic Needs met to discuss one item, which was the draft report for the Special Committee on Basic Needs. The charter of the Special Committee stipulates that it should issue a report to guide UC's long-term strategic vision to address student basic needs. VP Gulat presented a draft of the Special Committee on Basic Needs report developed by a working group of Special Committee members and solicited feedback for the whole Special Committee, from the whole Special Committee. The report includes recommendations to internal and external stakeholders, including university leaders, student services staff, researchers, legislators, advocates, and so on. While the university's ultimate goal is to eliminate the need for basic needs services, the report's recommendations aim to help the university achieve the following goals by 2024. Reduce the number of undergraduates and graduate students who report having experienced food insecurity and housing insecurity or homelessness by half compared to the 2016 UQ survey and graduate well-being survey data. We'll continue to receive feedback and augment the existing report, and we'll present a final report in the November meeting. That concludes my remarks, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Mawakil. We will accept your report on behalf of the committee. Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes all the items to come before us in open session. Is there anything else that you're aware of that we need to act on in open session?
None.
Okay, that concludes the open session portion of this Regents meeting. We will now take a 5-minute break and reconvene for the remaining items in closed session on the separate Zoom link that you each have. We will see you on that link in 5 minutes. Thank you.